Welcome in, everybody. How are we doing on this very fine Sunday? Yeah, it's Sunday. Yeah, I know the days of the week. Why would you even insinuate that I don't? That's a strange accusation. How are we all doing? Welcome, GM Kaylee, Mr. Squarepeg here well ahead of time. Goblin Welder, welcome in. How you doing? How's things? Thanks for getting those shout-outs done, Riot Sister. Make sure you're checking out Merlin Models and Goblin Welder, two very, very talented craftsfolk, if you will. Merlin Models, good to see you. Hey, Cat of Cappy Hour. It's good to see you here. Riot Sister, always a pleasure. So I got thoughts. I'm sitting down to paint these 100 Kingdoms Household Knights, and as I sit down to paint them, I'm still undecided as to what I'm going to do with them. I am of two minds. I'm of more than two minds. I am of an unfortunate number of minds on these paint jobs. I have a few main thoughts that I think can then flow down to other decisions. Firstly, I think the most important decision, and maybe, in fact, you know what? You guys want to help me make these decisions? Because I'd really appreciate it. Firstly, they're household knights. And in the context of reality, in the context of the world, knights traditionally have been sort of the heads of their own houses, with the houses being large or small, as the case may be. I mean, you know, the fundamental concept of a knight in European history, if you break it down to its root form, is here's a village, we nominate one person, essentially, which would later become a nobleman and a landowner, though they often were already. And this person gets a whole bunch of money so that they can have a horse, and they can have armor, and they can have weapons, because that shit's crazy expensive. And they, in return for us providing them the fruits of our labor and money so that they can have these things, they protect us. This is a knight. This is what it means to be a knight, in the most simplistic sense. In reality, it became more complicated than that very, very quickly. And then nobility became involved, and families, and titles, and royalty, and yada, yada, yada. But each was his own man, essentially. And I mention this because logically then it would follow that each and every one of these knights would have their own heraldry, their own representation, which could be something just as simple as the colors of the caparison on their horse, on their shield, etc., etc. So, option A. Each one is painted uniquely. Okay. I probably don't see myself using more than 12 household knights in this game total. 12 different rough combinations of color schemes isn't too bad. You're choosing blocks of primary colors, maybe doing a couple simple shapes. Easy peasy. My other thought is I don't want to do that. I want them to look uniform because they're a tabletop army. You know what I mean? That's my other thought, is that while that may be logical, as a tabletop army, they're going to look better with a unified paint scheme. They're going to look better on the table when they're in a regiment. Supporting that argument is the fact that the 100 Kingdoms are a fictional fantasy kingdom and not a kingdom at all. They are 100 kingdoms, but, you know, a human faction of a fantastic human faction. And concordantly, we can do literally any fucking thing we want that doesn't have to be based on history in any way, shape, or form, because nothing in their history is based on Earth history. There's no reason that within our made-up feudal system, all of these knights aren't, for some reason, serving under a single noble and therefore bearing those colors. That legitimately happened even in human history. That's exactly what I'm saying, Merlin. That's exactly what I'm saying. Serving within a fiefdom, under, in a particular army even, they may have their overall coat of arms sort of overriding their personal coat of arms. That's reasonable enough. And see, I like that idea, but when it comes down to then put some little splash of their special color somewhere on them, I'm like, God, is it worth the complication? I gotta paint 8 of them, and I'm not trying to spend forever on these guys. That could work. That could work. Maybe what we do is we go for 1 overall color to start with, and then come back to them later and add in some personal touches once the overall unit is complete enough to play with, because my priority here is having them be done, which is you know, opposed to the very individualized nature of my initial thought. They can have individual little unique bits about them, but yeah, I'm thinking maybe we keep them fairly uniform. My other thought is that I'm kind of already building this army to be focused on the Theist Church, which is to say my primary commander is a Theist priest, and I'm using a whole lot of militia and Sakari, who are like crazed cultists. So I could wave my hand in the air and say that these knights have been seconded to the church, and as such have completely overridden their normal colors with the colors of said church. Much like knighthood orders of the various crusades. I could do that. I could do that. Now, there is the fact that within the game, there exist those factions already, like the Order of the Crimson Tower, who are their own models. And they'll want more of that scheme, but there's kind of no reason I can't do that with the Household Knights also, you know? That could work, Kaylee. That could work. But you see what I mean? Like, this thought process leads me into a knot inside my head. I'm like, I could do this, I could do that, I could do this little thing, and I'm trying to prioritize, again, I just want to paint them. I just want to paint them and have them be fucking done and put them on the table and stop thinking about them and stop staring at the primer so much. And maybe save the more individual touches for things like unique characters. But do the 100 Kingdoms have Thousand Island dressing? Why did I even read that out loud? I should have read that one silently to myself and then just moved right past it. That was the right answer. But, you know, here I am, making poor decisions, as usual. How you doing, Zombie Brush? It's good to see you, man. Ooh, everybody's fighting over shouting out Zombie Brush. Give a generic heraldic style of a cross, and one of the corners is the Knight-specific heraldry. So I'm not going to do any crosses. Again, this is a fictional kingdom. If I'm going to do any religious iconography, it's going to be in the form of a sun. And that's just because the sun iconography already appears on their armor in a few places, and I figured sun worship is like the most legitimate, generic religious iconography you can possibly have. I'm fairly convinced that humanity itself, yeah, started off worshipping the sun anyway. Seems like almost every major religion can be traced back to at some point somebody looked up and went, that must be God. Which, you know, I can sympathize. Just slap me out. We'll just put the Thunderhead logo on everything. It's a brilliant idea. That's a brilliant idea, Zombie Brush. Why don't I ask you for more advice? It seems so obvious now. Praise the sun. Blue and gold, sky and sun. See, Cookie Mama, that appeals to me because blue and gold is also the color scheme of the Swedish Karelians, who I find fascinating. They did a blue and kind of an orangish yellow gold with white accents. So I'm liking the idea of the unified heraldry. There aren't that, and that's the thing too, there aren't that many places on these models to really indulge in the heraldry. They've got a little bit of caparissoning on the back of the horses. You can add more, but I saved that for unit leaders so that they'd be easy to identify on the table. There's a simple visual language to my models. And then I started thinking about, like, I could do their armor in more of like a russet color than a blue steel. Again, I don't know if I really want to complicate them that much, though. Just going for blue steel, getting them done, putting them on the table. They're gonna look fine. I could experiment and do kind of like a russet armor thing. I thought about maybe saving the russet armor concept for the Order of the Crimson Dawn. I'm terribly undecided. I'm terribly undecided. I'm thinking I'm gonna go. Well, there's something too. If I'm doing blue and gold for their caparison, then I want to do a warm color for their armor. And then I'm leaning into that more russet, brassy look. This is the complicated thing about painting minis sometimes, particularly when I have this much surface area to work with. If I'm picking one color scheme, then the armor has to have a temperature. Like, it doesn't have to have a temperature contrast with that, but it's gonna look better if it does, you know? Boo, blue and gold. No good, huh? How you doing, Dwegom? It's good to see you, man. Knights typically had other warriors that fought with them as household knights. Get away with maybe 2 different banners. It's a relatively small number, Grim Nation, and that's why I'm thinking, like, I could get away with doing these. And even within the context of the lore of the 100 Kingdoms, the household knights do seem to be largely unified under one central banner per army. And again, it's a fantasy faction, so we can do literally anything we want. There are no wrong answers, which is both very freeing, and my gut is going in like 9 different directions. I want to trust my gut right now, Zombie. You know what my gut says? My gut says keep it simple, stupid. My gut says do blocks of solid color that have good temperature contrast and move the fuck on. That's what my gut says. My gut says I am overthinking this. Yeah, I think we're just gonna do a nice simple color scheme on one of these. Oh, purple! Oh, purple! Purple. Can you tell I like purple? Is it obvious? Is it obvious that I want to do purple on everything? Anyway, my priest is purple. Yes, that is true. That is true, Dwegom. Sweet, sweet dioxazine. I would do the gold in the form of Latin work on the armor, and I would keep all the fabric purple, is what I'm thinking. Fuck it, let's do purple. Let's do purple. I think we're onto something. But again, Grim Nation hobbies. True as that may be, we live in a fantasy world with the 100 Kingdoms, so I can wave my hands in the air and say that there is a very common flower that grows in every field of the 100 Kingdoms, or just near the place these guys are from, that grinds into a purple pigment beautifully, and it's just not terribly expensive. Because magic. Because also in this universe, there are dwarves that are literally on fire but still alive, and also in this universe, there are elves from space. So, who fucking cares, ultimately? If I was painting historicals, I would say no purple. Because no way in hell would these guys be able to afford that much purple. That's crazy. I've seen some of it, Dwegom, yeah. 1 purple knight, in that case. We're not going to complicate things. We're not going to complicate things. We're going to keep it simple. Because if I let this get complicated, then I'm just not going to paint them. And the priority for me is definitely having them done and on the field, you know? Gotta milk those abominations to get that purple. The square, why do I read any of your posts tonight? What? Good God, man. Prefer to restrict myself above and beyond even the lore of a given setting. I feel like that's where my best ideas come from. You know, and this is right in line with my thinking, is that complicated paint schemes on tabletop minis are not necessarily a good idea. We've been talking about this on Matt Yee's stream a lot lately. Like, you get it in your head that all this complicated stuff is going to work and it's going to be cool and it's going to be individual, and then you go to play the game and you put your models down and you're moving them around and you're like, they look like shit. When something simpler would have looked better the whole time. Yeah. Auto fire, how you doing? Just triangles and squares. Keep it simple, stupid is always in play with everything. Hurts my feelings every time. Great advice, though. One way of doing personal touches is having more purple with your richer knights, which should have them all be unique-ish, but using the same colors. I could also do a bunch of purple and then with the richer knights, and there's not that much differentiation. The only differentiation that I'm making with these guys is one of them is an actual leader. One of them is the leader, and his armor is significantly more ornate. And he has more cloth and fabric on him, so he'll have more purple no matter what. Two of them are regiment leaders, so they're going to have a little bit more fabric. One of them will be Bannerman, and he is very easy to tell because he has a giant fucking banner. Yeah. So fuck it. We're gonna keep it simple. We're gonna take our own advice tonight and not overcomplicate things. We're gonna do something simple, and we're gonna do it well, and we're gonna focus on the fundamentals like contrast and saturation. Ivory and purple. Ooh! Do you think Matt E would notice that I'm completely ripping off the color scheme that he's doing for his Stormcast Eternals if I did that, Riot Sister? Ivory armor. Huh. Ivory armor with blue steel accents. Is that too much? Shut up, Zombie Brush. Don't, stop. No. It's an interesting idea. I guess there's no reason we can't do that. Could do bronze. Could do bronze. It'd be kind of like an orange-brown. The ivory is a very interesting idea to me. Ivory and purple appeal to me because I'm a really big fan of the Soul Drinkers Space Marine chapter. And that was their color scheme, was purple with ivory. Huh. And the blue would then contrast really well with said ivory. Interesting. Bronze is not a bad idea. Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking too, Grim Nation Hobbies, is I want to pick something that's going to maximize my contrast. That's important. Only works if you give one of the knights a robotic spider leg. He has to have a bunch of normal spider legs then too, Merlin. Yeah, Desert Owl, I'm thinking that I'm close. What's the worst that can happen, right? It could look like shit. And I'd probably survive that. Yeah. And that's what I'm thinking, and particularly because I've got sort of cool tones in my bases. So it's going to go cool, and then I'm going to use warm tones for the purple, so it's going to go cool, warm, and then cool with the blue steel, and then warm again with the ivory. Let's try it. Let's try it. What's the worst thing that can happen, right? Cha-cha-cha. We're just gonna start knocking out one today. And if it looks like shit, we'll do something else. What do you say? Let me grab a beer. Hang on, I'll be right back. Well, thankfully, within the context of painting models, it can't be that dangerous for Gadarung. And for Goblin Welder and Merlin. Here's to you, fine folks. And a very yo-yo-yo to you too, Mr. Altier. And a happy Sunday, the clear sound of jewels. We've been arguing about what to do. My oils could spontaneously combust. You know, I guess there is always that possibility, since the very nature of spontaneous combustion implies that there's no real causal relationship. So I guess there is always that. It'll certainly draw a very clear line between my incredibly mundane, shitty-looking militia and my very fancy knights in ivory armor. I guess it would be enameled armor. Which is actually another idea that I had. I've always liked painted armor, because that's something that they did back in the day to hold off rust, is you put a coat of enamel paint over your armor in a color. So I would think that it wouldn't be that the armor itself is actually ivory, more that it has been painted with sort of like a milky enamel. That's my thinking. Currently adding panels to the first floor of Camelot. Fuck yeah, Altier. You're gonna have one hell of an interesting couple of armies with your Saxon custodes your custodes of the Round Table and your Saxon orcs. And there's lots of opportunities for that Desert Owl. Like, if we take a look, like, there's these little flaggy deals on the reins where you can throw in some color and stuff like that. And I mean, technically, I could do the armor, I could do the barding of the horse and then the armor of the knight in two different colors. I could do, if I wanted to get fancy, I could do that sort of enameled ivory here and then more of a blued steel on the knight himself, which would actually kind of help to separate them visually, you know? Yeah, and you could do like red and yellow, doop, 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 alternating. Something like that. You know what I might do is just put every single goddamn color choice up to a vote so I don't have to take responsibility for any of it. Alright. Help me pick a base color for an ivory. Ivory, should it have like warm, ruddy tones to it? Yellow ochre? I think I'd build up with yellow ochre. I'm looking for a real deep base, is what I'm looking for. Nightwatch Games, welcome in. Welcome in. Our purple, we're going to start with dioxazine purple. Certainly. It's a wonderful place to start. And then I think we'll lean into magenta tones to build that up, and some reds. Do lamp black for our blued steel portions. Along with some Prussian blue. I do have some Van Dyke Brown. Do you think that would be a good... So I haven't used Van Dyke Brown. I literally just got this tube unexpected, so I'm not really sure what to expect out of this yet. Asphaltum for ivory going to yellow ochre, and then brilliant yellow pale. Burnt sienna? Yeah, okay. Burnt sienna's not a bad choice. And most importantly, I have it. The other choice is Terra Rosa. Terra Rosa is a bit brighter. I guess I could darken it a little bit, but it's good and opaque, so it makes an excellent base. I'm thinking Terra Rosa just because I have it in the artist oil color, and this is going to stain a lot more. And I could darken this with a little bit of umber. It'll give us some warm tones to then build a yellow and then white on top of, I'm thinking. And I really want to lean into the warm tones, so... I'm going to put a little bit of Van Dyke on my palette just so I can get a feel for this. You absolutely can, Automat. You absolutely can. Van Dyke is pretty dark. Again, I have not used this yet. If it doesn't stain very well, it may do well to just darken my Terra Rosa. Put down a little bit of burnt umber to compare. Oh yeah, it's darker than the burnt umber. Okay. Yeah, let's try a mixture there. Let's go ahead and stir that up, glaze it onto the armor. And we're just experimenting. We're just experimenting. We're gonna do the one guy. We're gonna see how we like where we wind up. I'll go ahead and get some dioxazine purple going. Lunchbox77 is gonna go ahead and drop that tier 1 sub. Lunchbox, how you doing today, my man? It's wonderful to see you. Thank you so much for your support, my friend. I love dioxazine. Dioxazine stains like a motherfucker. Oil and water don't like to mix. Yeah, no, you need to, if you're doing oil over acrylic, it's really easy to do. If you're doing acrylic over oil, you need to wait for the oil to cure fully. And then you can do acrylic over top. 13 whole damn months. Oh my god. Yeah, dioxazine is shockingly staining. Dioxazine is right up there with Prussian blue, where it's like I put it down and then I'm like, oh, let's mix in some other colors, and it's like, no, fuck you, I'm here now. This is the color we are now. Six months curing? No. I've done acrylic over oil with 24 to 48 hours curing, no problem. I don't tend to put a lot of extra linseed into my oils, though. I use a piece of parchment paper, and I thin almost exclusively with white spirits, so I'm pulling a lot of the oils out, and they cure a lot faster. At least I think that's what's happening. I don't know. Let's grab a couple brushes here. Get some white spirits going. And I'll probably do a little bit of work on my militia also today while I wait for that stain to set in. But I'm almost done with the damn militia. Oh my god, Night Watch game. See a doctor, man. Doing some building? Doing good, building some Mythic America's miniatures today. That's the sentence that my brain stumbled over. How you doing, Dino Man? Oil's fully oxidized on minis faster because we use much thinner applications than can. But yeah, we lay down very, very thin coats. And again, they tend to be thinned with white spirits as opposed to diluted with linseed oil. Have we decided on what I'm doing for the nights? We've decided on a path forward, and we're going to try something. And I'm going to go ahead and get started on it now. Thin down a little bit of my dioxazine here. Don't need much. So the other thing I love about oils, you never need that much of them. Glaze in that dioxazine, and it's just gonna take over. Now this looks as if there are 2 layers of fabric, so I think I might do a yellow on this second lower layer and just leave it for now. Mic audio acting up? Is it for anyone else? Sounds fine to me, and it's reading fine on my, For the trim, so we've got some ideas. We've got some ideas, Drax. Are any of them good ideas? I mean, I don't know. We're gonna find out. I'm gonna lean warm for the purple. I'm gonna go into the reddish, more magenta tones for the highlights. And then I'm thinking the edges of the armor are gonna be a blue steel, and most of the armor is gonna be sort of an enameled ivory look. None of it really matters that much. Ultimately, I just want to paint the damn models and put them on the table, you know what I mean? I've been procrastinating too stinking long, and the longer I think about it, the longer it's gonna take. I've played a few games, Drax, with unpainted models, which is humiliating. Necessary, perhaps, but humiliating nonetheless. How you doing today, Drax? How's tricks? How's streaming going? Alright, I'm gonna grab a little bit of my Van Dyke Brown and a lot more of my Terra Rosa. I'm gonna commingle these into something unique. Let's see how much of the Van Dyke I need to really make a dent in this. Quite a bit, actually. The Terra Rosa is bullying that around a lot. Yeah, the pigments in this Van Dyke are not very strong, are they? Mix. Oh, I'm making a mess of my palette. It's okay, we're trying new things. Sometimes you make a mess when you're trying new things. A nice ruddy dark brown. Stain pretty good, and then build up ivory on top of it. That is our mission statement. The other nice thing about doing an ivory and assuming that they're sort of an enameled, painted armor is I don't really have to lean into the bare metal NMM so much. Only big smelly losers painting oils. Well, let's... Nope, checks out. How you doing today, Steela? Fantastic to see you up and about. Damn, this would actually be a good base for doing like a bronze, too. You'll do all the way to the edge here and then do blue in one layer beneath that. Winton does not have as strong a pigment as most other oil paints, I'm finding. Winton has some advantages, though. They use, they put additives into Winton to make sure that all of the paints are pretty well identical in consistency, which at least for me is very helpful. And yeah, they're not as strong, but I don't really need them to be that strong just for the sake of miniature painting, you know? Consistency seems more valuable to me. Wonder Festival? Oh my god, how was that? I don't even know what that is, but I'm excited by it. Did you get the other black? Yes, yes, Bahamut. I have a Gamblin tube of Mars Black that I haven't really tried yet. Yeah. It is the student line. I'll tell you the other advantage to Winton. It's cheaper. It's significantly cheaper, which I really like. If I reach a point where I'm like, I wish I had something other than Winton right now, I'll buy something other than Winton. But for now, the Winton colors are doing me just fine. I'm gonna do like a black-blue color for the leather, for like the saddle and everything, and then I could do the knight's armor in this same ivory without it coming out weird. Need to get some more Mars Black. Again, I haven't tried my Mars Black yet. I did get it. Let's see how it does. Start spending the big bucks on the studio grade. I have 1 or 2 of the artist oils. And yeah, the pigmentation is definitely stronger. But I'm going to use all of my Wintons before I go replacing any of them with anything else. It's been perfect for me learning, which I guess is sort of the idea. They're a student line, and I have been very much experimenting, so having that consistency and cheapness have actually been very useful for me. Only nerds have palette cams. I've been considering ripping off Stila Rebels palette cam recently. It would be pretty neat to have, I have to confess. God, these models are huge. They're just unreasonably large. So I didn't select it specifically for all the Cell Dweller of it, but I do kind of like Cell Dweller. Cell Dweller and, what's the other band that is also Cell Dweller? The synth band that the dude who is Cell Dweller also does, that I now can't remember the... Scandroid. That's the one. By the way, Styla, thank you so much for the follow. Sorry I missed that. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the stream. Yeah, Scandroid, thank you, Creatively Cursed. You're cranking to some Kingdom Death? I mean, that I think a lot of people do that based on the nature of the figures. Oh my god, Creatively Cursed and Jinxed. Oh, Jinxed Art. I finally earned the follow from Jinxed Art. How you doing, Jinxed? Welcome to the stream, and thank you so much for the follow. You too, Creatively Cursed. Welcome in. Metalcore Collectibles. Hitting that tier 1 sub. 24 months. Going for a triple today. Ooh, I'm excited for that. Welcome, welcome in. All hail the Skelly Queen, indeed. For those of you who aren't following Jinxed Art, so many skulls. So many skulls. Oh my god. You're going to want to check that stream out. Alright, I'll think about what I'm doing here. Now, we are endeavoring to not overthink anything too much here.
A distressing feeling often caused by intense or damaging
Not worry too much about things that are difficult to reach.
pain motivates the individual to withdraw from damaging situations.
If I'm doing blue for the leather, then I almost don't want to do blue steel trim on the armor.
Why then do some seek a specific theme religious practice
Because, like, this is all going to be leather, this is going to be leather, this is going to be leather.
to show you value more?
Well, this doesn't. This could be the horse itself, but then the question is, where does the armor strap on? And see, I'm already overthinking it. I'm already overthinking the paint job. I did nanotanks, yes. I made this head myself.
Gives you nothing.
I wasn't a huge fan of the original helmets on these models, so I did some simpler great helms for them. Well, I say blue, but it's not going to be like bright blue. More like, think about like what we did with the with Vader recently. More of a black with blue tones
You willing to suffer
is what I'm thinking.
to test your faith, to give everything.
The heads are not my favorite part of these figures in particular.
Is not the answer.
We're not going to complicate this. We're not going to complicate this. We're going to keep it simple. Because we have a bunch of them to paint, and we don't want to spend a month doing it. Should I have painted the deeper parts first? Yes. Am I going to do that on future nights? Yes. But this is our first. This is our tester, our experimental night, our figuring out what the hell it is we're doing night.
Willing to suffer to test your faith, to give everything. Pain is not the answer.
Taking a little time to think about it as we work also should give the stain a little bit more time to set in anyway. I still have it rolling, but I've heard really good things about it from people whose opinions I trust. Trying to make the original helmet of my knight presentable, but I'm sorely tempted to just get a great helm from Etsy. Manix the Lemur, you can have mine. If you have a printer, I'll shoot you the files. If you don't, I'm fairly sure there's someone in the community who wouldn't mind running you off a few. It's if you want mine. There's a random bit of lint on here. Of course I primed it down. Of course I did that. That seems like something I would do. Okay, there we go. Pretty much all you've got is sass, buddy. We're used to it by now. Oh, I realize what's going on with my music. I was looking at some Japanese city pop playlists because I've got a real Miki Matsubara thing going on right now. And I turned off the instrumental only switch, so now we're getting songs with lyrics. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to leave it that way. Oh well. We'll live. We'll live. Some of these songs are terrible with lyrics. Oh my god, what the fuck? Let's just hit that switch again. And let's go to the next track, and there. Okay, we're fixed. We're all fixed. What's up, OG Oldie? How you doing? Well, it's a little, I mean, you know, Miki Matsubara apparently literally found out that she had cervical cancer when she had 3 months to live. So I think saying she went nuts is a little, like, you know, no more so than almost anybody else would have if they were going along, living their life, were in their 30s, and then suddenly someone was like, you have 3 months left to live. Like, yeah, you're gonna have a hard time with that. She did have a bit of a breakdown there at the end, but it was a tragic sequence of events. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, German Paint Hour. Priming is a very important step of using oil paints in particular. You need that adhesion, and you need a layer to stain properly. Most oil painters that I know use Stynylrez primer. I use it for pretty much everything now, but it's great for oil painting. Vallejo's not as good. Oh my god, to Square, I feel that so much. Wigwam and, what's the other band that Peacemaker introduced me to? I can't think of their name right now. There are a few modern hair metal bands that I was not aware of the existence of, though, that Peacemaker has turned me on to. By the way, speaking of Peacemaker, how about that fucking... That badass... What was it, Home Sweet Home? Rendition that John Cena did on the piano? That was amazing. Maybe purple on the shield. I don't know. I'm gonna leave the shield for now and kind of contemplate that. It doesn't look like he has any armor on this arm. It looks like it goes to fabric. Which is a little consternating. Which I guess it makes sense. It's his lance arm and he has this big cup. I used Pro Acryl, didn't like the Stynylrez. I have not used Pro Acryl's primer yet, so I cannot speak to that. How fast do oils dry? That depends. That depends, but broadly speaking, the answer is over a much greater period of time than acrylics. They take a much longer time to cure, but it depends a lot on the content of the oil. I guess I could get away with doing brown leather. In fact, I think I'm gonna, because I keep forgetting that I'm gonna take this brown up to an ivory white, so I can actually get away with doing brown next to it. Generally speaking, if you're pulling a lot of the oil out of it, and you're thinning with like white spirits instead of linseed oil, you can get them to cure in about 24 to 48 hours. Alright, this is a good start. This is a good start. I'm gonna block in a few other colors down low for the leather. How you doing, Thousand Young? Rinse that out. I want to do some lamp black. Something with some nice cool tones to it. I'm sorry, I missed your redemption a little bit ago, the clear sound of jewels, so here's to you. believe that was my printer. Hold on one second. Okay. Yeah, something went on with my lower Neptune 2, because the print on it was only supposed to be about an hour, and it has...
Yo, I heard you liked battle mechs, so I put a battle mech in your battle mech,
chaotic.
and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
Curse you. It has a layer slip on it that's a good 3/4 of an inch, only about 5 millimeters up. And then the rest of it printed fine, and then it just jammed into its own stop sensor. So I'm not sure what the fuck happened there, but I'm gonna have to check that out after the stream. How you doing, Arkrave? Welcome in. Just finished a nice session of D&D. Wonderful. Yeah, this song always has lyrics to it, though, Cookie Mama. It doesn't get all of them. It doesn't get all of them. What's my opinion of the new Peacemaker series? Really, though, I love the new Peacemaker series. I've been thoroughly enjoying it. Deadeye Minis? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Deadeye, what were you working on? How did your stream go? I hope the answer is, it went well. It went fantastically, Thunderhead. I had the best stream of my life today, and I'm looking to share a little bit of those positive vibes. I mean, maybe not the best of your life, but, you know, I can always hope, can't I? Welcome in, and welcome in, Raiders. Sophist. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. We're just muddling through some crazy shit today and trying to figure out where the hell we're going with any of it. Having a grand old time. Deadeye Minis, thank you so much for the follow. Have I... Hang on a second. Hang on a second. I don't think I'm following you yet, Deadeye Minis. Let me go have a gander right quick. No, go to their profile. For the love of God. Why won't you do the thing that I'm telling you to do? There we go. Let me log in real quick. I'm using a different browser, and I forgot that I was using a different browser. Just give me a second. Uno momento. This is what I get. This is what I get for changing things, ever. Alright, so let's grab that. Put that here. That. And do that here. I know this is really interesting because it's me just kind of looking back and forth on my camera, but I swear I'm doing something. I promise something is happening. Whether it's going to be an interesting thing or not, I mean, you know, I can't really say. Oh, god damn it. Every single time. I mean, yeah, it's a good thing. It's a good thing Twitch is like, hey, use your Authenticator app and give me a code. It's better that way. It's also slowing me down. We're almost there. We're almost there. Should have done this before the stream. But you know, that's true of so many things. Okay. I'm gonna catch up. I'm gonna catch up. Remember me. Submit. Okay, here we go. Now that should be working. No? You're just not gonna... There we go. Huzzah! Look at me being a pro streamer who does things sometimes. Oh my god. Mickey Burks, thank you so much for the follow. Josh Foreman coming in too. You know what? We just got that done, so we can go ahead and have a look at our fellow streamers here. Ooh, it's for mature audiences. Oh my god, that's me. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Let's drop a follow for Deadeye Minis here. Let's see what we got. Stop echoing me. Oh, the host. Oh, the host. This is what I'm looking for. Instagram. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Thank you so much for the raid, Josh Foreman. I don't think I'm following you either. We'll take care of that in just a second here. Let's drop a follow for Deadeye Minis and see what we got here. Well, that's a monkey with a knife. It's... That monkey has a knife in its tail. It's holding a knife. Let's you know what? Let's yes. Stabuchin. Oh, Jesus, pun expected. That's awful. That is just awful. An attack parrot from Underworld's Pirate Ogre Warband. Oh, lovely. Oh, lovely. We got kind of a Groot and Rocket Raccoon thing going on here. Is that a custom kit bash? Yeah, because that's one of the rifles from the... Because this is Sylvaneth? A Sylvaneth model, and then this is from the AdMech. I want to say. Hootie who? Hootie? What are you doing here, man? It's good to see you. Oh, these are some lovely paint jobs. Yeah, we got a whole Guardians of the Galaxy crew coming together here, don't we? We even got a custom Drax. Nice. Very nice. Alright, alright. What else we got? Josh Foreman. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and have a look. I like to go ahead and take a quick peek at people who I'm not actively following yet. And then we get a little bit of echo because they rated me and they are hosting me, which is very considerate of them. Let's see what we were working on. Terrain, rock painting, and miscellaneous. Ooh. Sweet fucking hairdo, Josh. Look at this. Look at this absolute fucking rock god. Working with some XPS foam, it looks like. The classic terrain building material. Got some hot glue going. Ooh, old school DIY. I dig it. I dig it. Wait, am I did I just follow you? Or have I been following you this whole time? Oh my god. What even is reality? Oh, no, don't echo at me. Don't you dare. Oh, I was hoping for an Instagram link. We got Patreon. We got Discord. We got a YouTube channel. Well, I'm going to drop you a YouTube follow one way or the other. How about that? How about that, Josh? That sounds like a plan. Thank you so much for the raid. Let's get back to our painting desk. Yeah, I was going to say, like, oh, yeah, okay. I guess this is ringing a bell now. Oh, thank you, Merlin. Hootie, how you doing, man? Welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. We got a lot of people coming in right now. I'm sorry, I missed your resub just a minute ago. We had a bunch of things happen. Hootie, thank you so much for the resub, dude. How you been, Hootie? How's the stream going, man? I'm sorry I haven't had the chance to stop into many of them lately, but I mean, you know how it is. You know how it is. Let's get back to figuring out what the hell it is we're trying to do with this night. What do you say? Oh, Josh Foreman, thank you so much for that, man. Kaboom! Made from styrofoam. Jesus, really? That looks very real. I mean, it helps that you put it against the sky backdrop, but holy moly. All done with XPS foam, even. That's impressive. Hey, I'm not following you on Instagram, so let me go ahead and drop one of those. Ooh, lots of cool and interesting builds going on here with LEDs and everything. Very neat. Very cool, Josh Foreman. Thank you so much for that, man. And again, thank you for the raid. Miggy Burks, did I thank you for the follow? A lot of things happened at once. If I didn't, I'm gonna thank you right now. And if I did, I thank you twice. You deserve 2 thanks, don't you? I think you do. I know that you know nothing about it, but I applied for a big old company thing that would be crazy big for me. You trying to get in with one of them thar VTuber troops? Because that would be pretty kick-ass, Hootie. Honestly, that would be pretty kick-ass. I'm decomplicating this paint job, and I'm just going to roll the ivory all the way down into this armor. Because the more I think about it, the more I realize that we're keeping it simple. We're keeping it simple, stupid. Simple, simple, simple. Not complicated. Complicated is the way to not get anything done. And you know what? If I don't like the look of this, I'll do something different on the next one. Erlin. Hootie, you have been fucking blowing up constantly for the last year, dude. If there's anything I have confidence in is that if you don't succeed at your first try, you will be succeeding at one of the subsequent tries very, very quickly. You have a fantastic presence in your stream, you have a great community, and your skills have been advancing at like an exponential pace. So, I have every confidence in the world. And thank you so much again for that resub, dude. Your support absolutely means the world. Oh, to Square, thank you for the reminder. Okay, then we're gonna do lamp black, lamp black, lamp black. Lamp black. Probably a bit for those chains, too. Yeah. All through here, I'm thinking that I can bring it up into a blue. Brown leather, blue armor. Yep. Okay, let me grab another base. Got so distracted, let me remember what the hell I'm doing here. Some lamp black on the palette. That's going to be my base for my blue metallic portions. I like lamp black, by the way, because it has a nice cool undertone to it, and because it, at least in the Winton line, it stains much better than the other blacks that I have. I understand Mars Black also stains very well, but it has definite warm undertones being based on iron oxide, and I don't want warmth. I want cool tones. I do like lamp. I love lamp. I love lamp. Yeah, speaking of Scandroid, here it is, huh? Oh no, this is... if it's the table I'm at, it's never the cool kids table, but I do appreciate the sentiment. Or maybe this is the cool kids table, and I'm just the nerdy kid who's being made to dance for the cool kids' amusement. That does ring true. Maybe you guys are the table of cool kids who beat me up and took my lunch money. You ever think of that? The joke's on you, because I brought my own lunch. It's a peanut butter and banana sandwich with mayonnaise on it. Is it good? No. But nobody wants to steal it, and that's what's important. Actually, those legitimately, peanut butter, mayonnaise, and banana is actually pretty good if you've never had it. well, I'm not taking it per se, Roland. It's much more of a giving situation. Alexander Maximus knows what I'm talking about, and that's why he's following. He's a smart guy. Thank you so much for the follow, Alexander. Welcome to the stream. Should probably be doing this in another order, but this is our experimental night, so we're going to do everything in the wrong order, we're going to do everything on top of everything else, and then when it goes wrong, we'll figure it out and do it right the next time, and we'll call this the Derpy Knight who doesn't look quite right. How about that? Sir Snuffy, he shall be known as. Hey, what's up, Gus Schultz? Welcome in, my friend. Yeah, and look where that got him, Shock. Dead on the toilet, that's right. We can go with Sir Goofus, if you want, or keeping with the medieval theme, Sir Goofeth. Sir Wimplo. We intentionally taught him wrong. As a joke. Sir Wimplo sucks as a fighter. He thinks losing is winning. Thinking the saddle is going to be a bluish leather. And then the rest of the leather is going to be a more traditional brown tone. But I want the saddle to have that cool tone, just as a little bit of a separation between the warm parts of the horse and rider. God, this model is so damn big. Even for a model of a horseman, this model is huge. I should really be removing my pre-glazes before I go putting on these extra colors, but fuck it. Fuck it. What is my favorite airbrush medium / thinner? So I will often, when I'm airbrushing paints, I'll just use like Vallejo Air, which really doesn't need any thinning unless you let it sit for a long time. Interestingly enough, I actually really like Citadel's Lamian Medium, which I'm always reluctant to recommend anything from Citadel because so much of their product line is kind of poo-poo, but that particular product is really nice as far as being a matte medium, and I find it goes through airbrushes pretty easily. So it earns a recommendation based solely on the quality of the actual formulation. You know what? I should have done the front piece that way too, but we'll get to that. We'll get to that. We're muddling our way through. Damn it, where are my sponges? I'm so on top of things today, it's disgusting. Give me a second, I gotta grab my makeup sponges. Alright, and we're back. I don't like to recommend a whole lot of Citadel products because most of them are overpriced and some of them are kind of shitty. But they have a handful of products that are genuinely pretty good. Like, I do recommend their painting handles. For the price, they're really nice. They get the job done. You see, like, you see how dioxazine stains? It basically doesn't come off once it goes on. It's ridiculous. I'm giving it a little wipe just to take off any excess, but I mean, like, you can see how much difference it's making. Basically, it's not moving. Egyptian Violet, you say? I don't have any of that yet. I'm trying to refrain from, because it's tempting to just go nuts and buy a bunch of oil paints, but I'm taking it slow, and I'm only buying them periodically when a particular color pops up that really seems useful to whatever I'm doing at the time. The Gamblin' Radiant paints will change my life. Is that so? Is that so? Morgan Kell, thank you for the reminder. I do need to drink water every now and then. Let's start pulling off our mixture of Van Dyke Brown and Terra Rosa. As I thought, that Terra Rosa really wants to stick around, which is ideal. I think this is actually going to work up to an ivory pretty well. I'm going to focus the rest of my painting for tonight on just, because again, we're experimenting with these colors. I want to know what the ivory is going to look like. So I'm not going to worry too much about the little details here and there. We're going to focus on just building up our purple and our ivory, since there are two primary colors. And if they look good, then I can figure the rest out. Just pulling off that excess paint, really. Damn, this mixture is making me rethink my russet armor idea. Oh, Dwegham, Bahamut. Thank you for keeping me from just keeling over from dehydration. Yeah. This is a very pleasant base color, and I'm going to be interested to see what... Because I'm thinking from here, we're going to mingle in some of that ochre yellow, and then finally a titanium white for our highest. I'm very curious what it's going to wind up looking like. Oh, God. Oh! Drown me. Ah, okay, let's keep going. We go camelback to the ceiling. Yeah, just have like a water dispenser sucking on a tube the whole damn stream. You guys would like that, wouldn't you? Yeah, I know what you're on about. I will say that this mixture is taking the pre-existing Zenithal very well. Maybe I should have painted the damn rider and horse separately. This is ridiculous. I guess I just won't worry too much about the details. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Simple. Simple. Or, more realistically, as I develop an actual painting order for these models, I'll start lower, and that way I won't have this issue so much. They bleed into one another a little bit as I remove the excess. That's not really that much of a problem. I didn't even do his arm. Whoopsies. Let's fix that. Again, not that it matters. It's on the inside of his shield. Nobody's really going to care. Okay. Let's start flinging some yellow ochre at this and see what it does. What do you say? You know, it's not a bad idea, Radio Santi. It's not a bad idea at all, just because there's so many little tight spaces. But I think as long as I keep the paint scheme, like I said, relatively simple, it shouldn't really make much of a difference. Trying to make this as easy on myself as possible, and in the process, making it ironically oddly difficult. Alright, let's take a flat brush. How big a flat brush? Relatively small flat brush. Where are you at? Where are you at, Mr. Flat? There's one. Grab a little bit of our yellow ochre here. See what this starts to do to our base. Is Conquest the one where you have those custom hero bases? Yes, Mr. Altier, that is the one. Sumitha, welcome in. What are your thoughts on the game itself? Do I enjoy it or have praises, criticisms of it? It is not a perfect game, and I would never pretend that it is. GM Kaylee. Oh, Merlin models. It has some little gameplay idiosyncrasies, I would call them, that I think are still being worked out, because it's a very, very new game. But it plays remarkably well. I think my primary criticism of the rules would be that I think the rules they're not bad rules, they're poorly written rules in the sense that they're poorly explained. When you actually grasp what the rule book is trying to tell you, the rules flow very well and actually result in a pretty damn good game. They could just be better communicated, and I think that's a problem that's going to work itself out as they release new editions. And I literally just mean, like, once you figure out what the rules are telling you to do and start rolling the dice in the right order, they're actually fairly self-explanatory and they flow easily, and the game happens pretty quickly. But when you're reading the rulebook, you're like, wait, what are they trying to say? Are there any greatsword / longsword knight heroes? There are. There are several of the 100 Kingdoms human heroes on foot that... Do they have greatswords? I'm not sure. There's a whole unit, though, that uses greatswords, called the Steel Legion, who have really, really badass models that I haven't painted yet. I think I can go a little heavier with this. I'm gonna do this yellow just kind of everywhere, and then we're gonna come in with some white and see what that does to it. All in all, I think it's an excellent game. It has some of the most unique lore that I have ever encountered in a fantasy miniatures game. A lot of fantasy minis games fall into the trap of being explainable by going, hey, you've seen Lord of the Rings? It's that. This is pretty unique, and it has an interesting juxtaposition of fairly mundane and pseudo-historical human factions with some truly far-out non-human factions. Oh yeah, the Steel Legion are both great units and fantastic models. This yellow ochre is having not much effect on my base. Some, but not a lot. So I'm going to blend it in kind of all over. We want it to be pretty heavy, right? I can always reapply dioxazine. Part of the point of doing the first model on any new scheme is to figure out the order you want to do the steps in. The first one's never going to be perfect. And I'm basically just slapping on oil right out of the tube with a flat brush here. Nothing complicated. Remember I said we're aiming for simple and we're aiming for quick. Quick and effective, quick and effective. Whether it's effective or not remains to be seen. Merlin models, you have a fantastic evening, my friend. Well, no, I'm good, thank you. You can, there are a lot of good discounts for Conquest All-Tier if you're looking to get into it. I have an associate code that you can use. You can enter Thunderhead at checkout on the Parabellum eStore to get 10% off any purchase. That's not in addition to any of their other bundles or discount deals. But, yeah, if you're just making a regular purchase and you're not getting any other sort of discount, you can go ahead and enter my name in there and get yourself 10% off your total order. Kind of like the Witcher's setting. It's a bit more extreme than that in some ways, Automat Americana, but it is, like, the humans are very low fantasy for the most part, and then the other factions are, like, they make high fantasy blush. Like, the Spire elves are literally elves from space who use biomancy and have, like, clone slug armies. Like, they're fucking weird and nightmarish. And the Dweghom are also very, very extreme. One thing that I like about this game is that the writer, the creators of the game have a lot of confidence and a lot of love. They put... how best to explain this? A lot of new games out there... Hang on, let me catch up to something right here real quick. Had an idea for a book suggestion / discussion channel on the Discord. Roland, that's actually a really good idea. I think we should do that. Yeah, I agree, Dweghom. The 2-player starter is an excellent price. Yeah, they're not elves as you would imagine them based on knowledge of elves from other settings. They're more like science-y sci-fi elves. They're I don't know. It's hard to explain. I haven't really gotten that much into the Spire's lore, but like I said, the creators of the game have a great deal of confidence in it, which might not seem like a huge deal, but there are a lot of fantasy games out there where whether they don't have the confidence or they don't have the money, they kind of tiptoe their way into the market with small releases. And one thing I can say for Conquest is they have a great deal of confidence in the property, because there's a huge amount of production value in even the basic box sets. Huge amount of production value. Nice boxes, good styrene multi-part sprues with lots of options for each model. When you're building these knights, you have a number of options on how to build them. This capacining in the back is attached to the base model, but there's extra capacining that you can attach to the front. They have capes that you can attach. They've got, like, all kinds of options. So you can really kind of make them your own. I really, like, I'm drawn to the 100 Kingdoms kind of because of, not just because they're relatively mundane in style, but because they're relatively mundane in style in a universe of extremes. And, like, I was never a big fan of...
I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on
That's
anywhere.
what we're doing, Okoro.
It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
That's what we're doing. Like, I was never really that attracted to Age of Sigmar. I liked Warhammer Fantasy. I liked the Imperial armies. But by the time you get to Age of Sigmar, the human factions have become way over the top. The Stormcast Eternals, when they first released, I was just like, oh, okay, so every single human that I can play as is a 9-foot-tall angelic Superman with a hammer that shoots fucking magic lightning. I far prefer playing as a faction where it's like, yeah, they're a gigantic... Well, I mean, you know, I just look at it this way. If in a universe with demons and monsters, if every human is also effectively a monster, then none of it's really that impressive? You need something to contrast that with. And I like that in this game you can have a Spire army with these giant, horrible mutant abominations from Stygian nightmares. And you're like, what am I going to match against that? Well... this guy. His name is Jeffrey. He has a stick and he's missing most of his teeth. But there's a lot of them. Also gotta explain why humans aren't extinct. That's largely because there are a shitload of humans who populate the vast majority of the world. Like, they hugely outnumber every other race in the game. And the other races control very little land because they either haven't been interested in it or because they are newcomers to the world. Humans outpopulate everybody by a huge margin. So they have a natural sort of dominance. But the premise of the game is that those conflicts between the various races are ramping up and humans are having to fight for their share a little bit more. I guess I like that because I can sort of imagine who I would be in this world. Because I would be probably one of those hapless idiots with a fucking long pointy stick who some lord told to go fight those hideous mutant abominations. I'd be like, okay. Yes, me lord. What is it? They were still using those voice clips in Warcraft 3, weren't they, Amish Stig? Job's done. Join the army, they said. See the world, they said. I'd rather be sailing. Zug zug. Something need doing? Work, work. So I think this step will be best done actually after allowing the base to cure a little bit, which is something that I can apply to future paint jobs. But we're just going to keep going for now and see where we end up. Were they really? They were using those in WoW? It's been a long time since I've played any of that. Quit poking me. I think my favorite one of that was with the ogre, where you click on it enough times and eventually he would fart. And then one head would go, he did it. The other one would go, no, he did it. Me not that kind of orc. Oh, classics. Oh, if Matt Yee says it's good humor, then it has to be some bottom-of-the-barrel shit, and we have to stop now. We have to stop now. We have to take a break, and we have to go follow Matt Yee, folks, if you're not already following him. Oh my god. The Yee. The Yee himself. How you doing, Matt? Matty Yee. I saw you doing the purple and ivory, and I thought to myself, yeah, I can flagrantly steal that. I gotta paint some armored humans, too. So we're trying our own formula of that concept. I'm just gonna launch right into some titanium white here in a second. And we're gonna see what happens. I'm not confident yet in this paint scheme, but again, that is why... It is the why of us trying this out. We can discover an easy way to get a decent-looking ivory. That's what we're gonna do. Fuck it, we'll do it live! Oh, I never gave you your... Here, Riot Sister, have this.
Hello there.
Going 100 army Theist Priest and Imperial Officer. I like the Theist Priest model. I like the Theist Priest model a lot. It's interesting. He has this kind of, like, snowplow face going on. I think this model came out pretty good. He's one of the commanders that I'm using. Dwig, huh? Strict deist, so no priest for me. That's the nice thing about the 100 Kingdoms being 100 fucking kingdoms, is, they pulled the old classic, like, 2nd, 3rd edition Space Marine line, where it was like, there's a bunch that nobody knows about, so make up your own. And there are a lot of viable lists with a lot of different makeups. I think the game is going to get some more updates because they're really... one of the things I like about the game is it's actually had a number of reduxes already. They're on version 1.5 of the rules, and it's been out for not very long. Which tells me that, well, it can be a little frustrating sometimes when they change the rules on you. It can be. The fact is they're paying attention and they care. And if something's not working, they tend to go in and just sort of change it and fix it. Which bodes well for the game's future, because it's when games stop getting updates that they really become dead. And obviously they care about their game being playable, otherwise they would just be like, yeah, whatever, play it or don't. Like I said, they seem to have a lot of confidence and a lot of love for the game and a great desire to really see it succeed. That means a lot. I'm going to try coming into what we've done here with our brown and our yellow, because the yellow is not making that much of a dent, but it has established kind of a second layer here. We're just going to come in with some titanium white and see what happens. And I think in the future the trick may be to wait for that first layer to cure before doing this part, but this is our experimental night, so here we go. Welcome in, Xander Shade. They do have the Army Builder app, which they update. Oh yeah, no, the Mounted Squires are still pre-order. I think they're shipping like next week, though. Now, I am going to have some models here in the near future that have not been released yet that I'm going to be painting on stream. If you're interested in what's coming for the 100 Kingdoms, right now I have a package on my way from Parabellum. They sent me the new Order of the Crimson Dawn and the new Priory Commander, which have not released yet and won't be releasing for a few months, but I'm going to have a chance to build them and paint them on stream. Oh yeah, I'm definitely going to want to probably... What a great sentence. Definitely going to want to give this a chance to cure before I do this step in the future. Because you can get away with doing a kind of a dry brush of the old titanium white. Yeah, it's blending a bit more than I want it to at the moment. I'm just going to do this one flank and see if I can't get a color that I like out of it. And if I do, then I'm going to give this guy a rest, work on some other bits, and try that later. And I'll show you, because I've got some other models that are cured right now that I can do this step on to show you what it looks like when you let it cure. Blending with everything instead of just the high points. But I think that this is going to work for an ivory. Mud Knight. It's okay. It's okay. The colors are good is the important part. It's just the way that it's blending that I want to restrict. And it's because the oils are still fairly wet. Try another spot that has a bit more texture where I might not have that issue so much. You can get around it by just being a little bit more careful. But like I said, this technique lends itself very well to being lazy. Come in here with a soft brush and do a little blendy blend. I think the colors are good though, and that's the important part. It's just going to go better if I let it sit for a bit. So, let's do a little bit of work on the purple. Let that kind of russet cure for a bit before we move on. Where my magenta is, here we go. Disappointed he couldn't pick up 7 squires. Or 6 squires. Yeah, they come in groups of 3. I haven't ordered any of the squires yet. I told myself I've got to finish painting what I've got before I buy any more models. Which means that the preview models don't count because I'm not buying them. Ha ha ha, I'm a genius! Put you over here. Grab another flat. Grab some of our magenta. And this should be just fine, because I'm looking to blend this, and I'm looking to put it on top of a lot of the dioxazine, so that the dioxazine remains the deepest shadow color here, and then I can blend on top of that with the magenta. Really want to push it into warm tones here. Oh, thank you, Evil Elmo. A little bit redundant. I thought Elmo was known to be evil. Maybe that's just for those of us who remember the whole Tickle Me Elmo fiasco, though. Tell you, it's nice to have a break on some of these nights from painting Vaders. Our Vaders have come out really, really nice. But I've done 2 of them in fairly short order. It's good to have a break. Ooh, it's gonna be nice and rich. That's gonna be nice and rich. Now, I'm thinking this is a good job for Naples Yellow. Does anybody disagree with that? Naples Yellow as a highlight blend for magenta? That seems to make sense to me. Because I don't want to use titanium white. Naples has treated me very well as far as highlighting warm colors goes. Oh. Oh, well, Riot Sister. I guess I got the idea from you then. I'm making a mess out of my palette tonight. I guess I should be using... I have like a paper towel here for this purpose, but I keep just using space on my dang old palette instead. Alright, let's take a soft brush. What's new, people? How you doing, Ion Raptor? GM Kaylee, thank you for the reminder. And let's just kind of feather this in. I'm going to want even more. I'm going to want even more, but that does highlight wonderfully. Wonderfully. We've done something right, folks. Be even broader with it than we are. I'm being more careful than I need to be. Little feathery blends. Is that Warcaster or Battletech? Wait, what? Which in Dwigcom? On the printer? It's 6mm scale. Oh, for Iron Raptor. Yeah. Oh, by the way, Iron Raptor, yeah, I'll fire you over those files after the stream tonight. I saw your message on there. I just haven't had a chance to yet. How's the Marcher Worlds assembly going so far? I've assembled models of all the factions except for the Empyreans at this point, and I have found the Marcher Worlds to be the easiest assembly, particularly for drilling and pinning. I'm going to try being a little bit more restrained on this side. See if I don't like it better, because I went pretty heavy on the other side. Control where the highlights are going a little bit more. I think that actually already looks better. This side's a little wacky and not quite how I'd like it. This side is a little deeper, a little richer. Say less is more, but sometimes more is more. Trying to print a Neuron obelisk, and it has some pretty big overhangs, and a lot of heavy stringing on the bottom of the overhangs. Can a plastic printer deal with these overhangs? So, Spaztech, that is a difficult question to answer without more particulars or taking a look at it. Are you doing this on a PLA printer, I assume? Evil Elmo, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. So all printers are well, not all printers, but most printers are plastic printers in the technical sense. Resins are, in fact, a plastic. I'll just level with you. I've been sitting here for the last minute thinking, how do I turn that into a "that's a moray" joke? And I had a couple I was mulling over in my head, but I'm just like, they're just not there yet. They're not there yet. I'm not good at improv comedy. I was thinking of one. I was like mulling it over in my head, like, oh. When the something hits your eye and the oils aren't quite dry, that's amore, but I couldn't come up with the first verse of it. Like, it just isn't going anywhere. Yeah, it's looking better on this side than it is on this, so I think I've landed on something here. Touch more Naples. I do like Naples yellow for the highlighting of the purple fabric, though. Look, guys, streaming is hard. I gotta sit here and I gotta paint models. I gotta read what y'all are saying, and I have to come up with jokes based on the things that I read. Oh my god. Just feeling the Holy Spirits. Alright, I'm pretty happy with this recipe for the purple. We figured at least one thing out that's pretty good. I think this purple looks fairly excellent. It's got a good high contrast to it, and it's still fairly warm. It didn't get desaturated by the highlighting process. If anything, I can bring this out a little bit more. Probably go heavier with the magenta. Oh, thank you, the clear sound of Jules. We're working on it. We're working on it. Automat Americana, a little while ago, we restricted the storm report to be that you can only enter one per week, and it's only because the storm report started to get quite long. But you can post more than one picture if you redeem this just in for channel points. I'll probably deepen some of the purples on this side. That's no big deal. I'm liking this concept so far. The execution isn't quite there yet, but the concept. Oh. This side, Dwegholm? I like the high contrast for the purple. I'm pretty fine with this because I want it to again, we have to remember average viewing distance. Like, you're going to be seeing the model here. Not here, you know? So we want it to be a bit more intense. I think that might be the camera more, Dwegham. In person, it is quite purple. What are channel points? So anytime you're in a Twitch channel, Automat, you will earn channel points. They show up down below chat. In this case, they are nicknamed volts. You look at the a little lightning bolt below chat there and click on it. There should be a number next to it. That's how many you accumulate. You get those just for being in a channel. And, you know, worst case scenario, I can always come back in over this and glaze in or work in a little bit more magenta to turn it more purple. Like, it's not hard to modify when you're using oils. This is just our basic, let's see how it looks. Because, yeah, it looks, from right here, looking at it at the tabletop, it looks very, very purple to me. Alright, I'm going to give this guy a little bit of a rest to let what we've done cure. I think that doing that mixture of Van Dyke Brown and Terra Rosa for the base, and then coming in with the yellow ochre is going to be the first step for the armor, and then let that cure for a few hours, and then come back to it with the titanium white. That's going to be the trick for doing that ivory. In the meantime, I have a few more rabble to work on. So we're going to do a little bit of work on them. But I'm liking this look so far, and I think I'm going to pursue this for the Household Knights. We have landed on something, and that's what I was hoping to do. Drop the pick in 3D print. I will take a look at it, Spaztech. We have a lot of very, very talented 3D printer folk on the server, so I'm sure we can get some thoughts on that. Starting a new FDM material for a big project, just PETG, but now I can science. PETG is an interesting material. It's much more flexible than PLA. Dwegcom, you have a fantastic night, dude. Thanks for being here. How many dudes? Let's see. In my just reaching full-size 100 Kingdoms army, 36, 48, 60. About 70 models total. 70 mans, if you will. Which is why I'm trying to paint them faster and stop focusing on each and every stupid one. Alright, let me just get a little titanium white going here. My desk is a mess right now. I'm gonna reach around a bunch of crap. Now these guys have just had yellow ochre done over their basic pre-glaze, and they've been left to cure for a number of hours. Now I'm coming in with white. And you can see this is more what I'm going for when I'm applying white to the ivory. You can see how when it's going on over cured oils, it applies much more like if you were doing an acrylic dry brush. You see that? It picks out the details much more easily. So this is what I am thinking for the final application to get that ivory look while still leaving the undertones. There are a lot of different ways you can apply oils, and this is rapidly becoming one of my favorites. It's like an oily dry brush. Every week or every stream? You mean for the Storm Report, Cookie Mama? So we do... Okay, let's give everybody a rundown. We might have some people in chat who aren't familiar with it. We have a bit that we do on the stream every single stream, known as the Storm Report, which is an art share segment where you can share some of your painted minis, or really any artwork that you've done. Anything arty, anything crafty, you can go ahead and share with us. And we would all love to see it. It's a great way for the community to kind of keep tabs on what everybody's doing, and for all of us to share our work with people who want to see it, and who will definitely look at it, because there's very few things in the world more frustrating than posting your art to social media and getting no responses whatsoever. I think that sharing your art with a wide audience is a very, very healthy thing to do. It can help you really not only... It's not about finding weaknesses, sometimes it's about finding strengths. Not just about getting advice on how to improve, but maybe discovering some things you're already doing that are pretty cool that you haven't really thought that much about because you're the one doing it. So I encourage absolutely everyone to share their work, no matter what level of painter you are. I think that it is a healthy way to grow. In order to do art, you must consume art. And the Storm Report, I know, helps me because I'm able to consume all of your art and creativity and digest it, and then... Alright, this metaphor got away from me. But I think you know what I'm getting at. Are the 100 Kingdoms like a horde army? Not particularly, Matt Yee. More so than some other factions, but it depends how you build them. Because here's the thing. You can play 100 Kingdoms as a cavalry army. You can play just cavalry in the 100 Kingdoms. Cavalry commander, cavalry for every single army choice, and you can paint like 20 models, if that's what you want to do. There really are a lot of options. But yes, for the Storm Report, if you feel like participating, again, we do it every single stream, all you have to do is jump into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which you can access by hitting !Discord in chat. Hop on over, find the channel marked the Storm Report, and post a picture that you want us to see. Now really, do you see how easily this white is going down and how well it picks out the details? This is exactly what I want, and why I'm letting that armor, that base mix that we did on the armor cure before I come back to it. I got some on his hand by accident, but that's okay. I'm doing well over 30 of these guys, so if some of them are fucked up, I just don't care. I really splorped a bunch of white on him, though. Oops. The other nice thing about oils... Grab a little bit of white spirits. And I can just kind of come in.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. Don't, for the love of God. Don't do it. I know, we're on the internet, and I said, hey, send me pictures of things. And 90% of everybody immediately started looking for some dick pics to post, but don't do it. It's against TOS, folks. I just want adulation. I just want it. Feel like I've rapidly progressed. Gimishkar, that's the most that I can hope for from this stream. The purpose of this stream is to keep me painting in times when I otherwise would slack off. And it has had the added benefit of, it seems like, encouraging others to continue painting when they otherwise might not be. And that's the best I can hope for. If this stream helps you find new techniques or helps to motivate you to just keep putting paint down, whatever technique you're using, that's magnificent. That is time well spent as far as I'm concerned. And like I said, I'm doing well over 30 of these guys, so we're doing quick and dirty. It took me a number of these guys to refine exactly how I wanted to paint them too, so we're kind of ahead of the curve on our household nights. What if naked pictures are my art? Well, we've made that point before. It's entirely possible you're thinking to yourself, but my genitalia are beautiful and you should be honored to witness them. That's entirely possible. I'm not going to tell you that they aren't. It's just not our subject matter, you know? Save that for Steela Rebel. She runs an OnlyFans where she paints. I'm not even kidding, she does. It's pretty awesome. She paints minis that are too hot for Twitch, so to speak. If you have to ask, the answer is probably no. It's, you know, it's, you know it when you see it kind of thing. But what if they're miniature? For the love of God, people. Horsies assemble. Hell yeah, Matt. And like I said, there are about to be a bunch more cavalry for the 100 Kingdoms. I am getting early access to the new Priory Commander and the new Order of the Crimson Tower cavalry units. They're going to be coming soon, and I will assemble and paint them on stream. It didn't come out quite how I wanted it, but whatever. Quick and dirty, paint it and move on. Nigia Panda. I'm gonna go with Panda. How you doing, Panda? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Oh, are you not doing that anymore, Steela? I haven't even looked recently. Oh, I feel like such a jerk. I mean, you know, more than usual. As it turns out, quite a few people like to, Panda. The Twitch painting community is surprisingly massive. Move to DLive, which is a lot easier to access than OilyFans. I don't even know what that platform is, but I'm gonna have to go find out. Of course, last time I followed Stila to a new platform, I was like, "Oh, OnlyFans. Let's go just register to watch Stila's content." And then it was like, "Are you sure you don't want to look at these big old boobies?" And I was like, "Well, I guess I'm not sure. Maybe I'll just look, just so I know what I'm saying no to, you know?" And long story short, please subscribe to the channel. I am in desperate need of getting out of credit card debt. All those jokes are completely lost on our background listeners. Oh, I'm already on... I don't know how many government lists I'm on, but it's a lot. Well, I mean, it's not just because of anything I do on the internet. I held a clearance. They keep an eye on me. Can't have me getting too subversive out there. Commander Mittens, how you doing? Welcome in. Folks, if you're not following Commander Mittens, oh my god, what is there? What is there to say about Commander Mittens? It's almost like you can't be told why you should be following Commander Mittens. You just need to see it for yourself. I really, really like her stream. She is a prolific painter and achieves fantastic results in a shockingly short period of time. Just going in there and watching her work, you will learn something about painting, folks. And so friendly, so upbeat, so pleasant to listen to. Folks, if you're not following Commander Mittens, do yourself a favor and go drop one. Check out her next stream. And you know, find out for yourself if I'm wrong. Thinking about doing a Battle Master from the new set, and then take pics with the 1985 Raw Partha Lead, 1987 Raw Partha Resculpt, and have the new one along with them. Desert Owl, if you really want to mix things up, you got a 3D printer. I've done my own Battle Master, which is a very, very accurate sculpt of the 1981 Fang of the Sun Dougram Bigfoot, which is what the Battle Master was originally based on. In my opinion, it is a better version of it than the original models that were supposed to basically be it. But then, you know, I made it, so obviously I think that. I welcome all the government surveillance. They're not going to find anything particularly interesting or actionable. They're just going to be like, ugh. Oh my god. I didn't even know that was a thing. Yeah. Yeah. Can you imagine? Can you imagine working for the FBI, getting a government paycheck, and then telling you to hang out in a Twitch stream? Be amazing. Oh, awesome, Desert Owl. I guess I don't need to push my crap on you then. Yeah, imagine that, huh? Pun expected, confirmed for Illuminati. I guess that kind of explains the name. Can it be painted like the Bigfoot monster truck? I mean, WJ, that is absolutely within your prerogative to do. There are definitely worse things they could make you do. This is true. This is certainly true. Agent Smith, you bought a 3D printer and paint? To fit in, sir. They go into his office and it's full of like body pillows and booby mouse pads, and he's like, I'm just trying to understand the culture, sir. You have to understand, in order to infiltrate correctly, I will need to hump this body pillow 4 times a day. Oh, okay. That makes perfect sense. This guy was a little short sleeve Gambison. Ain't he cute? I hope they at least give him a budget for the hot tub chats, because there's like no reason being in there if you're not shelling out somebody else's money. We were just having this conversation on... I have a lot of conversations, apparently, on Matt Yee's channel, but we were talking about the hot tub streams and the morals and ethics thereof. And I mean, like... I am not a judgmental person. If anything, I try to go way out of my way to understand all the strange... or not even understand, but just accept all the strange things that people on the internet get into. Because you know what? I'm not you. I was programmed for whatever reason with my own weirdnesses, and you were programmed with your weirdnesses, and you know, it's all part of God's rich tapestry. But those fucking hot tub streams, man, I remember the first time that I discovered they existed, and one was recommended to me, and I go in, and I'm just so confused by it. Just what are people getting out of it? And the only thing that I can determine is that it's essentially just a predatory version of someone exploiting the nature of the parasocial relationship that is inherent in all streaming. People, you know, pay money for this person to say their name, and it's like... I don't know. It's very strange. It does not seem healthy to me. But I guess I don't really know why people are going in there, so I can't judge it too much. That's the thing, though, Grim Nation Hobbies. That can't be it. And I'm not going to linger on this subject, because it's not... we've all been over it 1,000 times, and nobody wants to talk about it for a long period of time. I'm just gonna say that, like, if that really is it, Grim Nation Hobbies, if it is just, I like 'em, see 'em boobs, there are way better ways to do that. On the internet that you're already on. Way better ways to do that. So it has to be the personal aspect, because it's the reason that I think streaming works, is there is a personal aspect. There's a little bit of a connection between streamer and viewer. You have that immediate response from somebody. You're really communicating with someone on some level, and so that has to be part of it. It just, I don't know. I do not know. But I won't judge. I won't judge. I'll sit over here and I'll do my thing, and they can sit over there and they can do their thing and make way more money than me, and that's just fine. Just fine. Oh, wait, I forgot a bit. Exactly. There you go. There you go, Grim Nation Hobbies. Boobs with your name written on them in magic marker. Probably cheaper by the hour to talk to a therapist. Well, see, now we're breaking new ground. Topless therapy. This could be a thing. Oh, no, that sounds like actually a terrible idea when I say it out loud. To be fair, though, most of my ideas do. Thought that's what the champagne room was. They lied to me. I was thinking something more professional. I don't personally want to get my therapy from someone who goes by the name The JJ. Why, Bella knocked. Thank you for the reminder. How you doing, Bella? It's good to see you. Welcome in. Alright, let me see if that brief period of time has made any difference for application over here. Let's try a little bit of our dry titanium white over some of this. Still fairly moistened. Doesn't mean we can't do a little bit of blending, though. I'm going to try a little bit more. I guess I could do this little round part as like a jewel or something, but I don't want to, so I'm not gonna. Don't wanna, won't do it. Well, that's if you've got something you want me to take a look at on stream when we're not in the storm report. Like, if you really want me to take a look at something you've posted and give some thoughts on it, I'm willing to. I'm gonna take a short break and dig in. That's just... okay, that's just chug the rest of the water is what you've done there. Which, you know, okay, fine. Give me a minute. Yeah, I'm definitely going to want to ease up on this until it's cured somewhat so that I have... it's not quite as blendy as this. Because this is real aggressive at the moment. Still, though, I think that the concept is sound with what we've done here tonight. Not gonna complain, I do need to hydrate. Alright, so what else can I do while I'm waiting for that to happen? I can come in and I can put in some basic colors for the horse itself. And for the rest of the leathery bits. And the rest of the metallic parts. Which I might hold off on those. Just a wee little bit, but maybe some burnt umber. Let's grab a little bit of that. Bella, thank you so much for the subscription. Love me those Prime subs. I love those. I love those Bezos bucks. Bella, thank you so much for the resub. I really do appreciate the support. You guys, y'all keep the stream going. And on future nights, I'm going to do this part first, just as a broad truth of painting models. If you're not already familiar with this, paint the deepest part of the model first before you do anything else. Work from the inside out, because it's much more difficult to reach past something you've already painted than it is to paint something deep and then repaint something on the outside. That's no good. Hey, Datron Voltari, welcome in. Yeah, as I've worked on this, I've been thinking, like, you could lean this into a bronze color pretty easily, too. But this whole paint job so far has been highly experimental. Of course, this also means I'm probably going to lean away from strictly brown horse colors on these guys. Because it's more important that I get good contrast than that my horses are strictly all like a realistic mixture of actual horse colors. Will we ever finish Prey? We should get back to it. With all the painting and sculpting and shit that I have to do, I do, like, gaming streams are not the focus of the stream, but they do pop up every now and then, and I should finish Prey. May I say that I have a severe disdain for English essay assignments. That's a good point, Kaylee. And it's perfectly reasonable to say that, like, these knights, for whatever reason, all use a single breed of horse that all has the same color. So yeah, I think that white horses would actually look pretty excellent with these colors. White and black Appaloosa, perhaps? Data Nerd, would you post a picture of that in the Discord so I can take a look at it after this? Because I'm going to refrain from putting down the horse coat quite yet. I will do these wraps on their legs, though. I figure those would be leather, right? Probably. Conceivably. I don't know. I don't know shit about horsemanship. There really should be, Kaylee. I usually take a little bit of a break before we get to the storm report to stretch my legs and take a quick bio break before I sit down and we go through your submissions, and I'll probably be doing that in 10-15 minutes. It'll usually be a 5 to 10 minute break. I'll usually take that opportunity to kind of step outside the house and get a little bit of fresh air and walk around for just a minute or two. Well, it's easier with the multiplayer games, because I can just jump in and play a few rounds and then we're done. And God, I do enjoy Chivalry 2. I get rusty at it, and that's the problem with going back to it after a while, is if I haven't played it for some time. I think red right there. Because, yeah, that'd be a little bit of wrapping. They do that to horsetails, don't they? They, like, wrap them up real tight close to their butt, kind of... Well, I guess that's why they call it a ponytail, isn't it? Wow, I just put that together. Holy crap. Noob Corpse, how you doing, man? I suck at War Thunder. Oh my god. I'm so bad at flight sim games. I do okay with tank combat, and there's some of that in War Thunder, but I don't know. I lose interest in them pretty quickly. Most of the time. Ah, good morning to you, Orcris Studio. How you doing today, man? That's like a really... Well, yeah, that's not an insult, Riot Sister. Oh, yeah? Well, you have a glorious mane. Well, thank you. Get a shout out, pretty please, for Orcris Studio, by the way. Talented and prolific, barely scratches the surface. I'll work a little bit more on this white. I don't think I'm going to do it this way for all of them. I'm curious, and I'm going to do it in a slightly more labor-intensive fashion, just to give myself a better idea of what I'm getting into here. Put down my titanium white, and I'm just going to blend it in the old-fashioned way. Oh, that's the theory, ye. That is the theory. Oh, I hate myself. I might have overdone that a bit. That's okay, though. That's okay. There's nothing that can't be undone. Yeah, that is stronger than I'd like it to be. So let's try it again on this side, and we're gonna go much more restrained. His morning was the wrong word. Well, it's, you know, it's your morning. That's fine. Everything is relative, isn't it? Say that the master has failed more times than the amateur has attempted, ye. So, we learn from our failures, and we advance. Again, I'll be interested to see how much easier this is once the base color has cured. But we're going to keep working so we can keep learning. Little dabs of titanium white at the top here. And then we're just going to grab it with our soft brush and pull it down a little bit at a time. Without getting into our shadows too much. Well, did they just not know any other greetings, Cookie Mama? Friends got me into Valheim. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that that's the case, Datron, but I hear that Valheim is an excellent game. Everybody seems to like that one pretty well. I haven't played it myself. Now see, this is kind of working for me. I don't even know how much higher than this it needs to go. I can take a little bit more time on each one of these guys because I only have a total of 8 knights to paint. So I can give each one a little bit more time individually. And actually, if this method works better than what I was gonna do, because like this over here, I made a mess. This over here, I'm kind of digging this actually. No, somebody, quick, mute Matt Yee, mute and ban, go. I'm not being serious, don't really do that. He looks like a painting, you feel me? You know what? That works. That works for me just fine. I'm not really after photorealism in my minis for the most part. I mean, it depends on what I'm painting, but... like we said, we want these things to stand out from average viewing distance, not necessarily to look realistic. Yeah, that... yeah, I should definitely know not to give Riot Sister any instructions like that. Was depressed because I had really good eyes on a model for a customer. Basically told me to completely redo them. Oh,
if
shit,
you
Orchrist,
don't respect
really?
the cat,
that sucks.
you're gonna get the BAP.
That's a terrible feeling. This is why I don't ever do commissions. Nothing would depress me more than other people judging my models unworthy. I'm glad to hear that, Xander Shade. That's a relief. Go a little higher. Let's go a little higher. The trick is figuring out how high I ultimately want to take everything. You know what? Looking like a painting is just fine with me. I will take that as a compliment. I want a certain richness and texture, after all. Hoping if they fix it, or you're hoping they fix it, because it turns out a hybrid manual transmission combo is incredibly rare this side of the pond. Yikes. Yeah, you know, the less you have to worry about that, the better. I'm gonna expand this to other areas and see how I like it. It's the first time I've done a model this large with oils too, so I'm really just kind of like, what am I doing? Oh God. Oh no. Oops. I'll fix that later. How you doing, Machine God? Good to see you. Blendy, blendy, blend. Physically, yeah. Also, but you know, scale has a lot to do with it. Physically larger is fine when the details are chunkier, but this is a similar size, but the details are much finer, obviously. Brush is getting dirty here. Hang on. Grab some of that thinner white. And we're going to be coming up on the storm report here in just a few minutes. So I am probably going to take this opportunity to have my short break. Stretch my legs so that I don't utterly collapse come storm report time. I'm thinking this method, but leaving a little bit more of our original color down low. Pushing that gradient actually results in a pretty cool looking night. Like, I like this. It needs refinement, but the concept is sound. Trick, as with so many oil paint jobs I've done, is not to overblend and to leave those deep shadows. Well, welcome back, Vergaderung. It's always a pleasure to have you, even when you maybe should be working. Gosh. Oh, don't put any purple in there. Get that out of there. Let's do a little up here. Might go heavier on the yellow, too. I like what the white's doing, but I definitely want more of a gradient to this. And I do like blending over cured oils. But if that's the case, if that winds up being how I want to do it, then I can come into all 8 of these guys and do up to this point and then let them cure for 4 or 5 hours, come back, and actually, damn, that shoulder pad is coming together pretty well. I wanted to put a little bit on him to get a feel for it, and ooh, I'm actually really digging this. Like I said, needs refinement. We need refinement, but the colors are very pleasant, aren't they? And yeah, the horse, I think if doing this as like a white horse will actually look pretty good. It'll certainly be a unique looking group of knights. Alright folks, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to stretch my legs, do my bio break business, grab myself another beer. I'll be back in just a few and we'll go right on into the storm report, so make sure you get those entries in if you want to see them tonight. See you in just a second. Why, hello, Techno Sugar, how you doing? Alright, let me do a little bit of clean up here. God, I've got to clean my whole desk tonight. Later on. I have made a mess of things. The part that you can't see on camera is just... it's atrocious. Get my tubes put away. I need a better spot to actually put my oil tubes. I have them like on top of a little cart that I use, and it's not the best. They occasionally fall off onto the floor, which is not the desired behavior in a storage mechanism. You don't put that on the product description. Store your things here. They'll fall onto the floor. You'll step on them. It'll be great. Alright, clean my brushes here. Just beat the devil out of them. Folks, make sure if you want to submit to the Storm Report tonight, you have mere moments to make sure that happens. So, in case you've forgotten, go ahead and get that done. Thunderwear. Huh. Interesting. I missed some stuff. I'm gonna have to go ahead and dig into chat a little bit. Well, Panda, if you're not sure what the Storm Report is, if anybody in chat right now is not sure what the Storm Report is, it is a segment at the end of every Thunderhead Studio stream where you can share your art with the entire stream. It is a channel on the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which you can access by hitting !Discord in chat, where you can go and you can post a picture of some art you've been working on, whether it be a work in progress, a finished piece, something you've done a while ago, something you want advice on, something that you're just proud of and want to show off. Anything goes. Well, almost anything, and I'm sure somebody will play Rule 1 to clarify that. But I maintain, folks, that we are our own worst critics, and most will take that to mean that we are harshest on ourselves. And while that is broadly true, and a good meaning to take away from that phrase, I mean it more in the sense that we are uniquely unqualified to judge our own work, because we know all of our mistakes. We know what we meant to do. We know that what we actually did is not what we meant to do, but what we can't really see a lot of the time are our own strengths while we're so busy being critical. So I encourage everyone to share their work, and there are a lot of forums out there where you can share your artwork, but it is really hard to get seen on a lot of them. So the one thing I can really offer you here at Thunderhead Studio is the guarantee that some people are going to put eyes on and give you a couple of opinions if you want them. So please feel free to share with us tonight. I would love to see your art. I believe that to produce art you have to consume a good amount of it, and I do very much like to consume yours. That, and we get to sort of keep an eye on what the community is working
to
on.
Thunderhead Studios,
This is
where the
important.
only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Above all, no genitalia.
Here at Thunderhead
folks.
Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into... more shame.
And more, and more, and more. Again, actually. I threw out my white spirits before I actually finished my cleaning job here, and that was silly. So I need to put a little bit more in a cup. Oil paints are somewhat forgiving. You can leave your brush for a little while before cleaning and not have it really come back to bite you, but don't forget about it for too long. This brush I forgot about for about a day, and if I let it go much longer, I'm going to have a hard time with it. So let's just do a little bit of cleaning. Always clean your brushes after every paint session, folks. It's just such an easy way to destroy paintbrushes, is forgetting to clean them. No, we got... That's one of the first, that's one of the first audio clips. One of the first clips we ever got. That was... Chaotic Harmony made that audio clip the same night that I said that, didn't he? And that was early on. That was in the first few months that I was streaming. Because we've been doing the Storm Report, like, the whole damn time for the last 2 years. How many Storm Reports have we done? It's hundreds at this point. Well, yeah, but wait, that was Kursala, though. And they weren't actual genitalia. They were nuts and bolts, if you will. Attach that up there. Get my palette out of the way. Get these tubes where they belong. A little bit of housekeeping goes a long way. Yeah, I'm gonna clean my office. I'm gonna clean my office before the next stream. Holy crap. It's getting a little wild on the desk here. Alright. Let's get this going. Yeah, I'd imagine that Pun Expecteds is gonna be rather thigh-tacular. Let's take one last look at the work we've done tonight. A lot of experimentation tonight, trying to figure out where we want to go with this. I'm feeling pretty good about this back here. It's not precisely how I want it to be, but the color palette is interesting and cool. I think that expanding on this and refining the technique for this method is going to be the path forward on the 8 household nights that I need to paint. And what I'm thinking is I'm going to do these guys like this, with this overall palette and all these warm colors in the purple, and then when we do our Order of the Crimson Tower, I want their comparisons to be red, to be a nice crimson red. And then I think I'm going to do their armor and their barding in like a really deep blue color. Think like what we did for, what we've been doing for this Vader here. Like this type of deep blue is what I'm thinking for the armor on the Order of the Crimson Dawn. I keep saying Order of the Crimson Dawn. That's something else. Order of the Crimson Tower. Yeah. I'll get it right eventually. White Wolf, thank you so much for your continued support. 22 months. Holy crap, man. I still need to fix this Vader, by the way. I'm taking a little break from him, but you see, the golden angle is right here, with him facing all the way over. I'm thinking I'm going to rotate it. Like right here. This should be our golden angle, and for that to be true, I gotta rotate the saber glow forward, because you can see here it looks awkward. And this unfortunately is the challenge of painting lightsabers like this. But yeah, right here. I think this is gonna be it, because I don't like how you can only see one side of his face from this angle. It looks cool, does look very neat, but I want to be able to see the other side. Like the reflection of Thunderhead in the painting handle. Yeah, right there, right? Ooh. That's not actually reflective. I painted that. That's freehand. It's so stupid. It's moving while I say it. That's not even a good joke. But then again, I don't think any of them really are.
Alright, locusts and gentle mechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glorg paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
Alright, let's see what we've got, locusts and gentle mechs. Up first from Shock 21. How big are we today? Oh, we got a good number of entries. Up first from Shock 21. Result of my first experiment with color shift paint. I still haven't tried color shift. It seems interesting. Body and legs are Turbo Dork Molten Mantle. Use Rainy River Ajna's Gaze. Ajna's Gaze? Do I have that one? I don't think I have that one. Who's Ajna? For the secondary color and furnace glow for the point bits. I learned a lot about how much of a difference the primer color can make. A whole hell of a lot. Shock 21. And folks, remember, you can always hit ! Rainy River in chat to get a link over to Rainy River Designs, where you can find an amazing array of acrylic paints done by our very own Data Nerd and Kursala, as well as flocking, glazes, washes. You can also get Thunderhead Studios merch, and you can get 6mm tanks designed by Kursala right over there. Some of them are very, very cool. Ajna is the third eye chakra. Oh, What? Okay. So it's the gaze of the third eye. I feel like that could be a euphemism. Very nice. I like that you're working on a Zentradi battle pod, by the way. These things are so cool. For anyone who doesn't know, this is this has a unique connection to BattleTech in its original days. What did the Zentradi battle pod wind up being in BattleTech? Was it the Ost Scout? Because its appearance changed a lot as the years went on. Obviously, they lost the right to use the original designs, and they had to rebuild them. The Ostion? I mean, it inspired the entire Ost series, ultimately, Datron Voltari. Oh, that explains why she knows it so well, Unexpected. Ost Sol would be the closest, maybe Ost Scout. Yeah, they all sort of adopted the rounded shape of the Zentradi battle pod. But my favorite thing about the Zentradi battle pod is the Zentradi are huge. They're like 15 to 20 foot tall people. And so there's a dude in here curled up into the fetal position. Like, he's in there, he's like, he's jammed in there super tight, and he's got like these little controls right here, and he's going, it's such, it always struck me as such a horribly uncomfortable mech, because you look at this and you think like, oh, a little person could sit, no, it's a giant person. Filling the entirety of this torso. Battle pods are the Ford Festivas of mechs, effectively, yeah. Relatively and proportionally speaking. Wanted to look very alien compared to what I've done with my actual battle mechs. Yeah, so I really like the use of, first of all, this here. Hang on, let me see. Let me see this again. Turbo Dork Molten Mantle, Ajna's Gaze for the secondary color. Furnace Glow for the pointy bits. I like the Molten Mantle. It's this really nice kind of like peachy color, but yeah, I think I see what you mean and how dark it is towards the bottom of the legs and how much lighter it gets toward the top of the torso, where I'd imagine the primer was a little bright. Did you do a Zenithal? I'm wondering. Either way, this is a lovely mini. Is this from the new line of Robotech figures? I wonder, because I know that they have a whole bunch of new ones from... Wait, did WizKids do those, or was it somebody else? I can't remember. I haven't gotten any of them. That's just Shadows from the Light box? Okay. It looks excellent, and I really like that kind of peachy color. The blue came out wonderfully. Just wonderfully. Yeah, primer color has a big influence on what goes over it, particularly if you're putting down thin coats. This is from the Tactics game. Okay. Yeah, Macross and BattleTech have a long and interesting history. Thank you for sharing that battle pod with us, Shock21. It is always a delight to see what Rainy River looks like going down. The new ones are by Harmony Gold. Is Harmony Gold, like, aren't they just patent trolls? Do they produce anything? Another one you did with white primer that's very different. I'd like to see that one as well. A little side-by-side would actually be pretty interesting. Oh, here we have from Bridget Wolf. It's origami time again, this time with a modular Starbox. This model was originally designed by Robin Glenn with a tutorial by Joe Nakashima. The original model used alternating gold and silver foil patterns, but of course I have to be extra about everything, so I went for a rainbow effect using one-sided foil paper in varying colors. Each point is a different piece of 15 by 15 centimeter foil paper. Centurion CN9AL, painted by the hubby for scale. Just how big this sucker is. Oh my god, this is a very little Centurion, isn't it? Just a little fella. Yeah, so that's like about the size of like my hand overall. Oh, that's neat. The whole thing is the star and it opens up like that. I have no talent for origami at all. I've tried projects. Well, you don't know how big my hands are, Project Dark Fox. I got big hands, man. Really nice work on it, particularly getting the top surfaces nice and smooth, because I'd imagine it's real easy to wrinkle this stuff up in a semi-permanent fashion. Lovely. Lovely work, Bridget Wolf. For some reason I thought there were two pictures and I was clicking down to the other one. How sturdy are they? Because, I mean, a lot of what's interesting about origami is that you can take flimsy paper and through the use of essentially maths and geometry make them into surprisingly sturdy shapes. And I would think with all these triangles, this would actually be... Yeah, it can be very sturdy. I would think so. Gorilla meat hooks like me. I got, it's like grabbing a bunch of bananas. Alright, coming down here we have from Mafik. No art at the moment. Have a Malaysian sense of humor. And yes, it's a thing in Malaysia. Translation, Mira. Why are you become propane gas, Mira? Oh god, 14 kilograms, 30 pounds, Mira. Oh wait, I don't know if I have sound rigged up. Oh my god. What? What? Oh. What? There's no audio. Oh, damn it. Oh, I changed my audio. Oh, fuck. I never planned to have audio in the storm report. Oh, why do I stream? Hang on. Hang on. For the love of God. I'll set it up. Just in case. Just in case it comes back. Alright. Discord audio would be that virtual audio cable. For some reason I have two instances of Discord, so let's just set them both to that, and pray to what gods govern audio that this actually works. Oh my god. That's not even remotely true for Gadarung. It's maybe 1 in 5. Maybe. Alright, tell me if it's working this time.
Mira, kenapa kau jadi Conquest, Mira? Ya Allah, etanku 14 kilo, Mira.
It worked that time? Oh my god. Lies. Lies, machine god. You don't know what you're talking about. It worked, but I also feel like I'm missing something here. Yeah, I'm very confused by it. Now, in all fairness, I'm confused by most TikToks. So I wouldn't take that as too pejorative. There's a whole humorous culture there that I am on the outside of, looking in. But yeah, that guy looks like he's trying to kill himself. I wasn't going to say that, Data Nerd, but it's true. It's all in the delivery. It's all in the delivery. Well, Mafik, thank you for contributing regardless. As much as I love to see your new art. As much as I love to see them thick thighs. Propane gas is a label, Mira, which is a company to make fun of. See, there's like a history here that I'm not privy to. But hey, we're learning something about Malaysian TikTok today, folks. And that is enriching. I mean, yeah, I can see that. Well, Mafik, thank you for sharing. Here we have from Grim Nation Hobbies. I typically paint at 54mm or above, but that doesn't mean there isn't anything to be learned at the smaller 32mm scale. You're already painting at a larger scale than most of us here do, to be fair, Grim Nation. Been pushing myself lately to work smaller, even if just to save on resin. 2 hours of painting. Gotta love the oil. Oh my god. This is what other people do with 2 hours in oils. Holy crap balls. I need more practice. I need more practice. Holy moly. And this is, this is simple and effective. This is kind of what we've been talking about today. Like, you don't need the techniques to be super complicated if you're making the right choices from the start. And here we have a lot of good temperature contrast. We have a good choice of the use of bright highlights to sell texture and materials. You notice that the fur has a sheen to it, but it also has broader highlights than, say, the non-metallic metal. that we have on the shield and on the bracer. It's about making the right choices. Working smarter, not working harder. And oils make it so easy to do. Oh my god. Grim Nation, this is gorgeous. This is gorgeous work. I aspire to achieve such quality with such speed. That's true metallic metal? This is TMM? Is it really? Huh. I just assumed it was NMM. Now, hold on. Are you doing true metallics in oil? Are there true metallic oil paints? Or did you apply true metallic acrylic? There are... Wow, I didn't even know that. Oh my god, and people come to me for advice. How ignorant I am. I haven't used any of them. Interesting. Well, either way, lovely. Lovely work, Grim Nation. Well, I didn't go that far on it, pun expected. Ha ha ha, look, pun expected, you're full of crap. Well, maybe not entirely full of crap. There very well may be true metallic metal oil paints. But in this case, it's true metallic metal acrylic with a wash, and then oil, true metal... Oh, never mind. Okay. I take back everything I said. You're right. I should have read the whole sentence. AK is a line of metallic oils. Gamblin has a few. You know, we can't. You know, I've been oil painting for like a couple months. Give me a break. Moving on. Speaking of pun expected, crop your photos, pun. Looks like you did this time. Saturday night stream, I painted up the Kingdom Death Armor 50mm pinup. Non-metallic metal, still not quite there. Gonna push the OSL some more, but she looking cute. Might delete later. Ooh, damn thighs. Oh my god. Yeah, I can see the OSL starting to creep in over here. That's pretty damn nice. Such lovely creamy skin tones. Really like what you're doing with the hair on this one. That's sort of lavender purple. Yeah, right? It's large enough to really make out the details. And another good use of good temperature contrast with the non-metallic metal on the boots, and then our little garters here against the skin tone. Blue tones in the sword going down into the warmer tones in the skulls themselves. Everything stands out real well. It looks like a really uncomfortable seat. I don't know, I'm thinking about sitting bare-assed on a pile of skulls, and it's kind of... Working more on her today. Hair is looking cotton candy now. Ooh, a little more saturation in there. Is everyone simping for a model? Yeah. Yes, that's exactly what's happening, Project Dark Fox. Just furious masturbation. Wonderful work, pun expected, and thank you for sharing with us. I really like seeing the progress on this one. Got a chance to actually watch him painting it last stream. Alright, coming down. Here we have from Machine God first clan star altogether, on to the next. Clan Smoke, Jaguar, Epsilon, Galaxy Fire Support, Star. The formation consists of a Crossbow Prime, Vapor Eagle 2, Nova Cat B, Gargoyle D, and Ebon Jaguar D. However, I will be swapping the Vapor Eagle for a Night Gear D once it arrives and it's painted up, just for better formation cohesion. I tried to do magenta PPC lenses to differentiate from the blue large lasers, but Reaper's transparent colors aren't all that transparent. I think it turned out okay. Well, I think I'll stick to orange PPC barrels in the future. Oh, there's more. It's just not loading very quickly. Oh, buffer. Why? Is it because I'm streaming? I'll let this buffer for a second. Give me a minute. I'm gonna let that do its thing. Alright, we're almost there. Can I just say I love the basing? Like, that's the first thing I'm going to comment on. I love the basing. It's so in your face. like exoplanet, bright pink with yellow trees. Like, that's awesome. That's so great. The basing winds up so boring so much of the time, and it takes a little bit extra to take that leap to do something really unique, and particularly against this orange. Like, these are gonna look so damn cool on the table. Will you buffer the rest of the fucking video? Ooh, look at that NovaCat. I'm playing my own music over it. God, I'm so good at streaming. I don't even know how you guys resist subbing all the time. Oh yeah, I remember this. That blue. God damn, that blue. Look at that. That is fucking killer. Holy hell. Machine God. It is, first of all, Machine God, it's fantastic to see some more of your work after a little while, and secondly, this is a great example of making some truly excellent choices early on. Simple techniques, good fucking contrast, wonderful focal points, great basing. I love it. I absolutely love it. What's my exoplanet gonna look like? I don't know. Green, kind of a, trimmed in a sort of a light green with wooden toggles. Alright, let's go ahead and come down here. Seriously, Machine God. First of all, wonderfully presented, wonderfully chosen, wonderfully executed, and I love the basing so much. It is absolutely stupid. Here we have from Rio Hassenpfeffer. Something's a little different with this pick. See if y'all can find it. Well, it's not done exclusively in ballpoint pens on a fucking post-it note, which seems to be what you've been doing for the last significant while. Planet basing looks like something I tore up the other day in No Man's Sky. Yeah, it's real out there. It's real out there. Permanent white. Wait. Hold on. What? There's a watercolor... Hold on. Wait. This isn't... No. This isn't, like, reversed, is it? They're watercolor pencils. What am I looking in the shadows for? It can't be. No. No. Hold on. My brain was struggling with this one, but yeah, it's this that gives it away. Permanent white, and I'm like, but that's black! That... It's... Let's just go to the other picture, shall we? This is like just such a fucking this is like getting lapped in a race. This is like such a fucking artist dunk. This is ridiculous. I was huh? What? Oh, fuck you, Rio. God damn it. This... How? But it looks... What is there to say? What is there to say? I am flummoxed. Yeah, that's a shadow. That's a shadow, Coral. That's the shadow. Is what that is. That's a white table.
Do you like sexy battle mechs, sexy streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things, and more.
I feel like I'm gonna start bleeding out of my nose. Say CS and Rio wins tonight's Storm Report. If like Rio wins most Storm Reports, man. Like I try not to crown Rio every single fucking time, but I am constantly impressed. I mean, it helps that I can't see all of this image. This could theoretically just be in these colors, because I can't tell what it's supposed to be. But yeah, the shadows and then permanent white and it's black really kind of gives it away. Why don't you know what? Fucking, I'm just gonna take my stream key. I'm gonna send it to Rio. This is the Rio report now. Welcome to Thunderhead Stewed Rio. Yeah. This is the only reaction. Jesus Christ, Rio. I genuinely am, like, at a loss for words for how to even talk about what this does to my ego and my brain. Wow. Oh my god. You've really been pushing yourself in interesting directions, and I did not see this one coming. Shut up, Unexpected. Just shut your damn mouth. Let's move on as quickly as we can to something from Zombie Brush Studios. Some of my previous work, the black and white models were some of my first I attempted in the style. Looking forward to finishing up the Legion models at some point here soon as well. Gonna need some to display in the game store. Yeah. Working on some of them Clone Wars minis. We got some of our this will be a Phase 1 Clone Trooper over here and our B1 Battle Droid. I think the cartoony style really kind of lends himself well to these mostly monotone figures. The B1s are not easy to get a lot of detail out of unless you're doing real harsh panel lining on all the little bits they got. And look at these lovely. Look at these lovelies down here in monochrome with only red showing up. Very Sin City. Oldies but goodies. I really like the ones that you did in this style. I think this is around the same time that I discovered you, Zombie Brush Studios. You were doing... I don't know if it was this group of Malifaux minis, but you were doing a set of minis in this similar kind of Sin City palette. I'm trying to reconcile reality with what we just saw from Rio and move forward into other submissions. Okay? That's what we're trying to do here. Tacos. Indeed. Think you can move the Discord capture a bit to the right to the stream view. Oh, yeah, you know what that is? I moved... We had a stream a little bit ago where I moved that because the picture was oriented strange. I need to redo the way we do the Storm Report entirely. It's so janky. It's so damn janky. Zombie Brush, your bases, man. Your bases. Is this, like, were you going for, like, an Umbara inspiration on this one? Because the red is a classic pair with the B1s, because I think a lot of people do Geonosis. But with the deep teals and the sort of vibrant blue plants, I'm getting an Umbara inspiration from this. Which I feel like a lot of people talk about, but I haven't actually seen that much Umbara terrain or basing, for that matter. Despite that being one of the best arcs in the Clone Wars, was the Umbara campaign. I mean, they all would have been Phase 2s, but who gives a shit? Do it on a mini, make it a speed paint under a blacklight using non-metallic metals. And grinding all the pigments yourself. Your only medium is spit. We're not a challenge paint stream here, folks, for God's sake. Zombie Brush, this is lovely work. Lovely. No long-winded description, just my brain this week. Maybe this is the best reaction to Rio's posts, just in general. This is my brain right now. I'm gonna go break all my damn paintbrushes. I was feeling pretty good about the work that I did tonight, and then Rio just like came into my room, kicked over my trash can, squeezed all my paint onto the ground, and slapped me in the face. It's very expressive and well done for what it is, Project Dark Fox. The fog pouring out of the ears is a particularly relatable piece of this. But hey, you know what? If you can take things like this and express them through art, you're winning at something, pal. You're at the very least continuing to grind those gears. It's only when they stop entirely that we start to fail. Smoke or brain fog? Yes, Riot Sister. Yes. You know, Project Dark Fox, sometimes it's real. Sometimes that happens. You don't always feel like you're winning when you are, in fact. The very fact, though, that you have produced art out of this, I would say is a step in the damn right direction. Marauder. Incoming, indeed. Let's have a look here. Here we have from To Square in the color palette that he has been refining. Oh yeah. I think that you're a little bit cleaner on the legs this time. That actually looks really nice. Now, we have some pretty well-defined cockpit glass on the Marauder. So I'll be real curious to see how that purple you've been doing winds up manifesting here. Like I said, I feel like you've got these two parts, this what you've done here, you've got these steps down pat. So if you really kind of focus in on doing this focal point, the purple against the green yellow, that's what's going to bring this scheme together. Lovely work, To Square. Here we have from White Wolf. Set up Sunday Incomprehensible Swearing Edition. Bonus points to Thunderhead if he just makes a bunch of such noise. Oh, I didn't think of it. I didn't think of it. So this weekend's project has been wiring and discovering just how haphazard, more or less, Formbot's wiring harness is. Important things like the controller to SSR are completely missing. Well, I could just get the crimper's wire and crimps I was planning on getting anyways. Screw it. I'm just going to order a Linneo harness because I can get it pre-terminated for some of the mods I'm running. Toolhead PCB to simplify wiring, keep it tidy, as well as the XI and stop PCB. Well, yeah, you're running into the DIYer's creed here, White Wolf. It's one that I live by, which is why should I pay for something when I could do it myself for twice the price? Yeah. It turns out that we buy things pre-made for a very good reason. Okay, fine, I admit it. It's also because I can order in black with orange accent wiring. Oh, vanity. Thy name is White Wolf, which also means it fits in with the build instead of annoyingly being 6 different wire colors in the drag chains. God, so fashionable. So fashionable. Notes from after the storm report started. I'm going to see what I can do with what I have because, yeah, I kind of want this printer running this month, and it would be nice for bragging rights to have a sub 500 serial if I could pull it off. It is a snazzy looking build, to say the least. Look at all that. Look at all that science coming together. Matching wires. Matching wires, White Wolf. Okay. All right, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. It's going to be a lovely machine. I can't wait to see the first print off of it. Here we have from GM Kaylee, 8 of my 16 Draconis Combine 4x4. By the way, Kaylee, I need to hit you back. Sorry, I've had a lot going on this week, but yeah, I remember your message. 8 of 16 of my Draconis Combine 4x4 are basically ready for play. Just need to black out the base sides to finish them off. Swap to dry brushing instead of hand painting the panel highlights since the apple barrel was being uncooperative. Still, I think they came out completely fine for gameplay. Again, the fact that you're doing this in Apple Barrel, and it actually looks pretty good, that's fairly impressive work, Kaylee. Apple Barrel is for me, has been uncooperative at the best of times. I moved on very, very quickly to some different formulations. But, you know, as I keep saying it is a poor craftsman who blames their tools. And if you put in the time and the effort, you can do good work with just about anything. And I think that this is, you know, the proof of the pudding is in the eating, as they say. Is that the phrase? The proof of the pudding is in the tasting, maybe? Something like that. It's not the proof is in the pudding. That's a bastardization. It's one of those. It's one of those. Very nice. Very nicely done, Kaylee. And, God, I love those little splashes of blue. They're so effective. And like I said, I will hit you back on Discord. I apologize. I've just been busy this week. Here we have from Merlin Models. You make great art with crappy tools, it's just more work. It's certainly more practice. Unfinished, the head is not glued on, and this is just the first head I will be trying. Kayvon Shrike is nearly done. Very happy with the progress so far. The only light in this image is above it. So left to right light is just paint. Ooh, there's those nice deep shadows and high contrast. Oh, you went with, okay, you said this is just the first you're trying. With the emo haircut. I really don't like that haircut. I don't like that haircut mostly just because it's like, I'm a space marine. Style my hair so that I just completely remove my depth perception. Oh. In the name of the Emperor. Oh. Just put the beaky on him. Marlon, I know you left. I know you're off sleeping. I know you live in Bizarro Land where it's like nighttime right now. I know that. It's called fashion. You'll never understand me, Dad. The God Emperor doesn't get me. It's not a phase, Emperor. This is who I am. For some reason, I kind of want to see pink hair. Yeah, put like a little shock of teal in there, like he got a little highlight done. In his defense, there are actual demons he might be possessed by in his edgelordiness. Well, no, you know, he shouldn't be. He is Ravenguard. He is loyalist. Like, I buy it more from Night Lords. They at least have edgy magic backing them up. Oh, to square. That's delightful. You know what that is, Automat? Is I'm emulating a scene that I remember from Metalocalypse when they go to the Church of Satan, and it's just a bunch of like whiny emo kids. Like, all right, everybody join hands, and we're gonna offer our prayer to the Dark Lord Satan, Lucifer, hear us. Yeah, that's. Yeah, that was my experience as well. I like I like the blue that you have for the feathers, Merlin, but I'm gonna say my one critique of all this is that, man, these feathers blend into the blue-black paint job. Like, they really don't stand out. And maybe you don't want them to stand out. The leather stands out wonderfully. I love the red on the shoulder pad. The white is really nicely done. I feel like if you want these to pop out, definitely go with a different color on the feathers. Because right now they blend right in. But if that's the goal, carry on. Carry on. And also, please, God, put a beaky on him. Please put a beaky on him. I can't even with the fucking hairdo, man. It's a lovely paint job. All right. Here we have from NMO Xander Shade. I've completed up to the metal details on all but my gargoyle. When I get to that point, I'm planning on using dark to light blues for my clan cockpits. Ooh. It's such a classic paint scheme. Such a classic paint scheme, doing so many of them at once. I'm really interested to see that blue. Really interested to see that blue against the yellow, because I think that's going to be the threshold. That's going to be the point at which these minis really cross the line and start to pop. Nice work. Definitely get some more highlights on those legs. That you miss the details of them. Even just a dry brush of like a blue-gray would go so well on that. I need to set that button up so I can have it in this view, Riot Sister. I know. You know what? I can do anything that I want, because this is my stream. And that includes going like this. I mean, sure, it's awkward and I have to do it manually, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Slightly brighter gray for the highlights. Yeah. That is absolutely the right move. And maybe a wash on the upper part, just to deepen the panel lines in there. That'll look lovely, Xander Shade. Keep up the good work. Here we have from Magnatorious Maximus, our very own Cybran Knight of Metalcore Collectibles. Yet more painting done for the Reckoning, this time finishing out all of its assorted weapon options, most notably the top-mounted improved heavy Gauss rifle, and the arm-mounted stub-nosed PPCs and Rack 5s. Really need to paint up a second set of arms, though, as cool as these ones are for replicating the pose from Matt Plug's art. Kind of bad for actually showing off the arm-mounted weapons. Yeah, I kind of like the... He's got like an excitability to him with his arms up like that. I think it shows off the weapons pretty decently. It elevates them fairly well. What other pose would you go with for showing off the weapons? Though, I suppose I shouldn't ask that question because we're just going to find out the next time we post pictures. Oh. Look, there's something right next to my eye, and I'm just trying to pull it away before it gets in there. God, this mech is so damn cool. The shoulders, when you put the LRMs, that's 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, those would be LRM, or SRMs, rather. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Is there such thing as an SRM 8? 2 SRM4s. That makes way more sense. I don't know why the hell my brain didn't put that together. I was like, no, they're always in multiples. Oh, yeah, okay. Look at me paying attention and listening. I'm so good at it. I do love the different loadouts, particularly with the ability to put the searchlight and the, what would that be? It's not AMS. Tag? What does our little radar dish represent in game terms? Because I know it represents something very specific. It's the mech you hope like hell you never have an armor breach anywhere near. Not because it's going to shove its fist right into that armor breach and just wiggle them armored fingers around. Just radar, there you go. ECM/radome. I guess it could represent a number of different upgrades depending on how your mech sheet was put together. Beagle, here we go. Yeah. This is such a lovely build. It's so chunky. I really think this is the best of all the mechs you've done so far. And I mean, the Tyrant is wonderful. I was gonna call it the Catapult. The Hammerhead. That's a problem. The Hammerhead is so damn cool looking. I think it's more aggressive looking and interesting than the standard Catapult anyway. But this one is just so chonky with those big, mean knuckles. And I mean, you know me. You know me. When it comes to mechs, I'm all about the big, nasty mech fists. If there's 2 robots, I want those robots to be punching one another. And Homeboy here, oh, he looks like he was born to punch. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm gonna have fun posing this guy. I'm gonna have fun. Speaking of the Reckoning, for Setup Sunday, here's my progress on processing the 1,708 parts I printed for it. I'm about 60 to 70% done, but I've gotten all the fiddly little weapon bits done at least, so that's progress, that is indeed. The Reckoning is also the first product to occupy 4 organizers. Mechs previously have only taken 3. Until now. Ooh, organizational porn. Look at it. Look at it. I need to clean my office. Damn it. Oh, and for my This Just In, here's a work in progress of one of 2 tanks that will be going up as my STL sample pack eventually, based on the Hunter Light Support Tank, which is basically just an LRM-20 on tracks. Use the Sprinter as a base, but change things up. The launcher will be swappable with a pair of LRM-15s, as long as you don't mind scrapping all that extra armor as well. Who needs it? If you got LRMs, you shouldn't need armor. If you're taking hits with LRMs, you're doing something wrong. I think it's a good idea to embrace the free sample pack. Like, if you're selling STLs and your own files, I really think that me having a free sample pack from the time that I started has done nothing but help, because there's a certain uncertainty, that's a terrible sentence, that comes along with picking up files from people. You want to make sure that they know what they're doing, and having an example of their work to print off and extrapolate to the quality of the rest of their work just gives people a little extra peace of mind. Simple, effective, in line with the rest of your designs. I love that center-mounted LR. I like these two funny little, like, grips. These particular greeblies. I don't know why. They just kind of jump out at me. Very nice work. Very nice work, MCC. Let me know when that goes up, because I'm going to have to grab that. Here we have from Mr. Altier, first floor done. Oh, by the way, you can always hit exclamation point metalcore in chat to get a link over to the rest of Cyber Knight's work. Such cool 6mm sci-fi shit. Oh my god, so many vehicles, so many mechs. Go have a look. Here we have from Mr. Altier, first floor done for now until I get more chipboard. Ugh. It's only a model. On second thought, let's not go to Camelot. Which is a silly place. I like the cardboard construction. This is just such a blast from the past for me. The number of cardboard, foam core, and hot glue buildings that I've put together. Really takes me back to the good old days of tabletop gaming. This is gonna look fucking cool when you get it together, Altier. Lots of cuts on your fingers. Cut away from yourself. Altier. Altier. Anytime you're cutting, always be moving the blade away from yourself and never towards your fingers, for God's sake. Stop it. Stop cutting yourself. Old school. Old tricks are the best tricks for a reason. I'm looking forward to seeing this. I'm looking forward to seeing this when it's complete, Altier. Keep up the good work, and also, stop cutting yourself. Please. Yeah. And broadly, another saying we have around Hero Coral is when O Coral says it, do whatever the opposite is. Here we have from Gus Schultz, warmed up the tone on the light from the dock, brought it closer to the lantern, which makes the scene look darker.
Super glue are not approved safety gear for handling razor blades.
It's true. Which makes the scene look darker and ominous. So put the guy on the edge of the illumination. Half will be in the light and half in the dark, like his decision between light and darkness. Ooh, he's right on the edge, isn't he? Ooh, I just got chills. I just got chills. On a happier note, I'm leaving the shadow just as is. Had the shadow painted black, but with repeated masking and unmasking, some of the paint lifted a bit. That will happen. So I left it unmasked and the area got covered with overspray. Looked at it and actually liked what happened. Happy little accidents. Just Bob... Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me, that was sudden. Yes, pardon. Bob Ross was right. No mistakes, just happy little accents. Oh, I guess I should just read to the end of it. This is so cool. It just looks like light to me now. Which is, that's what you want. Particularly when we get to our where it ends here and our shadow from him picks up. It's... Well, I guess, no, this is an actual shadow. The fact that I'm looking at this and I'm like, okay, hold on. This is a real shadow. This is not. But I'm having to tell myself this one piece at a time. Because my brain is trying to read this as cast light. So grim. So atmospheric. With the pistol laying at his feet and everything. Ooh, this piece is dark. This is very Lynchian. Yeah, in a photo box there wouldn't be that confusion, Sumitha. So I think that the final pictures of this are really going to be mind-blowing. Goddamn, Gus. Goddamn. So much symbolism. So much symbolism. All of it lost on Matt Yee, who could not be bothered to learn about symbolism or themes if you paid him. Fantastic work, and I cannot wait to see the next steps on it. Here we have from Roland... Ooh, wait, hold on. Excalibur that I commissioned. Oh, Coral, dude, if you're taking off, have a great night, dude. Thanks for hanging out. Come on. Come on. Is my connection just eating shit tonight or something? I normally don't have this problem. Oh, a poop emoji. Come on. What the hell? Can't load it at all? Is it not actually there? It's very frustrating. Can I load this? See, that loads no problem. Try hitting open original. Sometimes it'll force load it if you load it into a browser. There's nothing there. There's nothing. Yeah, that goes to nothing. So I think that's our issue, is that the picture isn't actually there, and yet it's trying to load. I don't know what's going on with this one, Roland. I mean, I like the look of it. I'd love to see it larger, but apparently I don't get to. We'll post it over in the showcase, and people will have a look at it, Roland. Here we have from Sophist, which, by the way, welcome to the stream and welcome to the Storm Report. Coronate Iron Warrior Assault Marines World Eaters, 1993. Oh, Iron Warriors. Oh, an old Rogue Trader sculpts. Oh, this speaks to me. Was it my first army? The first army that I owned. I didn't paint all of it. Somebody else painted it. I bought it, and I painted a few pieces of it. But my first owned Warhammer 40k army was an old group of Iron Warriors, and they hold a special place in my heart, Sophists. They really, really do. Such a classic scheme, and look at these nasty old boys with their skull faces, their demonic backpacks, their big, wide power stances, and then we've mingled some of our new pieces in here. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Matt Yee. My first army were Iron Warriors Chaos Ultramarines. I apologize, my phrasing was off. Oh, these guys are brutal. I like how you've mingled up our temperatures here, using like this sort of deep blue for the straps across the chest on the armor, some nice bright silver mingled in there. Really good job on the hazard striping, which is of course a hallmark of the Iron Warriors. Iron within, iron without. Oh, you weren't kidding. Oh, now I'm just disappointed in you as like a person. And like I said, mingling the old with the new, we have the Games Workshop skull packs gathered up here. There's something very pleasing to me seeing models this old next to pieces this new. I guess they're not that new, it's just I lose track of time. Lovely work on the basing, by the way, a little bit of weathering on the feet. These are really fucking cool. Really, really cool, Sophist, and thank you so much for sharing. Not a Discord issue. The issue with the Excalibur image is that it was saved to a Google folder. Oh, okay. I've only ever painted one army. Well, does TMNT count? Like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? You painted an army of Ninja Turtles? Is that something that happened? Here we have from Vergaderung, finished up the next 4 mechs in the Comstar forces, a Wasp, a Locust, Phoenix Hawk, and Warhammer. 2 more mechs, and I will have 6 full level 2s. Oh, Sumatha, you're gonna kill me. Look at this beautiful bitch. Look at with the 3D printed exhaust and him charging forward. This is so cool, it hurts. Got them dirty feets on him to boot. Painted all 4 turtles. Well, I mean, you know, in fairness, all 4 Ninja Turtles are the equivalent of an army. I love this. I love this Vergaderung. But I've got to say, for whatever reason, of this whole group, you know what's sticking out? You know what's my favorite? Is this Phoenix Hawk. I don't know exactly what it is. Maybe it's the angle. Maybe if we could get a view, because he's at a funny angle. I want him to be angled the other way for a 3/4, so that we see the arm that's back and we see the inside of the arm that's forward. The table is unfucking believable, Yee. If you haven't looked up the pictures he has of his full exoplanet table, it is amazing. I like how you've got these little like Savannah Masters mixed in there. We got some little infantry, some little pilots on their teeny little bases. Everybody's got the bluegrass. When I say that quantity has a quality all its own, I feel like I'm referring specifically to Vergaderung. Not just high quality, but so damn many of them. Oh. I'm fairly convinced at this point that Vergaderung owns the overall nicest Battletech tables on the planet Earth, at least the nicest ones that I've seen. If somebody out there has better ones, they're not sharing so many pictures of them. Good job catching the alien flora in the front, too, for that little splash of color. All in all, really, really well-staged shots and beautiful work on those for Gotta Run. Here we have from Sumitha. Last time I showed what these Titan-like figures look like when freshly unboxed and unassembled, though admittedly, it did come with much of the armor pre-installed, unlike some of the other examples from the Dark Source line. Oh god, excuse me. So, like I said I would tonight, I present the assembled Iron Wrecker 04 Firepower parenthetical figure. It's aptly named in terms of Titanfall designations. I'm considering calling it FE0004 for the iron reference. Oh, Ferrous Iron periodic table. I understood that reference. As well as the fact that it can stand for fuck everything. Oh, no, I didn't get that one at first. Which I have a feeling is the approach this beast would take in combat. Riot Sister, you caught me slouching real bad and my pillow up way too high. This is by far my favorite of the new series of figures. It just looks like a monster. My only real gripe with it is that I can't seem to figure out how to get it set up with a weapon support arm. Think Vasquez's gun from Aliens. Oh yeah, like a handycam arm, I gotcha. Which is shown in one of the promotional photos I found, just doesn't really fit well with a pose. Seems to have no issue holding the massive rotary cannon with its hands so far. Time will tell. As always, it comes with a well-articulated pilot figure, though I kind of like the figures that came with a helmet that just snugly fits over the head. I get why they're doing the swappable heads like this one instead. Yeah, it's difficult to do. Those parts are also hard to cast when they're that thin. However, it appears they've started to include some new style weapons for the pilots, which don't fit in the pilot's hands as easily. That is unfortunate. Amusingly, all three of the Iron Wrecker figures I've gotten have come with the interior cockpit bits floating free inside, but I'm beginning to think that's intentional, as it all but forces you to notice the amount of detail that's gone into the interiors of these newer figures, unless you want loose bits rattling around inside of them. I can see the meeting now. How do we get people to pay attention to these figures? Just throw them in the fucking box so they gotta deal with it. Put a bell on it, put a buzzer, where if you don't open it up and look at it, it actually shocks you. We will inflict pain upon our customers so that they appreciate our art. On an unrelated note, 211 of Operation Lancaster, 211, that's the number, of Operation Lancaster's 517 pages have been edited, with another 9 pages awaiting review. Oh yeah. More than 40% of the way through the final editing pass. Anywho, enjoy. He's a big bitch, isn't he? This is a good pose. Homeboy here is a little bit chonkier than the other ones. He has slightly exaggerated proportions. I like his big floppy clown feet with those huge nasty armored toenails. I continue to really like the angles on his chest. These 3 pods that kind of simulate a plate carrier and these side-mounted missile launchers. There's something about this shape here that I find particularly pleasing. And yeah, he doesn't seem to have much trouble with the big nasty cannon. I can't, a Vasquez-style, handycam gun mount seems odd on a machine that should be engineered from the beginning to be able to carry those weapons on its shoulder joints. We have the handycam arm for the smart gun. First of all, we don't really do that with many weapons in real life. We mount those weapons on larger mechanisms. But, proportionally speaking, if you made a human being this big, it still wouldn't be as strong or as stable as this machine. So I don't think it should need it. Yeah, the rubberized ammo chain is pretty cool. The fact that you can pose it however you want and still link this back around, very cool. Very cool, Sumitha. God, that shield is neat too. I keep looking at these damn toys. I keep looking at them and thinking, I have so many other things to spend money on. So many other things. Oh god. Here we have from Mannix. The lemur shield is fully articulated arm on its... Oh! Is it really? Well, that's kind of cool. That's sort of like the Tallgeese with its articulated arm shield. Yeah, there's that too, Riot Sister. Work in progress wanted to go dark on this one. Ooh, here we go. This is relevant. The armor is black, dry brushed with gunmetal, outlined the edges with silver. The ornamentation is bright oil silver. The fabric I'm not crazy about, highlighted it in gray. Think I should try highlighting it with ultramarine or Prussian blue or indigo. Not just Household Knights of the 100 Kingdoms, but painted in oils. I feel challenged. Though much more intelligently, Mannix the Lemur left off at least the head and shield. And if I'm being honest, after working a little bit on this guy tonight, I'm thinking about going to my other knights and popping some pieces off of them. Because trying to paint around that shield is... I guess I didn't think it would be as difficult as it actually is. Digging the armor. This is a really simple but effective. Some pretty cool shadows in there. Really like working up from the black. I tend to agree with you. I think that the fabric could use something a little bit different to differentiate it, because it sort of blends in with the rest of the armor paint job. And if you use that as an opportunity to work in one really vibrant color, just one little kapow, I think that'd be worth the time. Mannix, I'm absolute... oh, God, I'm gonna do it. I'm probably gonna go rip the shield arms off the rest of my household knights before I continue this, because it's just been a huge pain in the ass. But this was our experimental household knight. We've been trying to learn lessons, and I think we did learn one or two. The biggest lesson we learned is that I'm a bit of an idiot. Yes, anyway. Specific color of the armor and fabric is making me think of the Necros from Chronicles of Riddick. No, I could see that. They had that very sort of worn silver tone to them. Yeah. God, the Necromongers in Chronicles of Riddick are still just some of the coolest suits. I think it's also one of the reasons, Sumitha, is these shapes, these ridges in the armor on the chest plate, on the back plate here, because this, if I'm not mistaken, is the mounted noble. But these ridges along the armor, and as many of them as there are, very, very similar to the Necromonger armor from Chronicles of Riddick. Also, like, that's one of the most... what's the word I'm looking for? Let me put it this way. In most sci-fi movies where they have a bunch of troops in the same armor, they don't make much of it or any of it. For example, they made no clone armor for the prequels of Star Wars. They didn't make any clone armor. Literally every suit of clone armor you see in those movies is CGI. No original clone armor exists on the planet Earth. Whereas, by comparison, they made something like 300 suits of the armor for the Chronicles of Riddick for the Necromongers. And those suits are, I think what the phrase I'm looking for is some of the most circulated props in the history of filmmaking. You can occasionally find them for sale. Many fans own original suits from that movie. It is astonishing how many they made, and they're so cool. Yeah, fuck George Lucas. Anyway, here we have from Mannix. Like, honestly, this looks great. I think that, yeah, if you just put a splash of color in here, I think the armor looks fucking awesome. What are we talking about doing? Highlight with ultramarine, Prussian blue, or an indigo? Yeah, I think any of those. Really, any of those at all, just to give it that little bit of pop. Lovely work. Lovely work, Mannix, and I'm glad to see other people painting Conquest. Here we have from 502 Bull, my latest project, the HMS Bologna, a 74-gun ship of the line, in 1/700 scale for Black Seas. I like naval games. I just like naval combat. It's some of the most fun combat to translate to the tabletop. Star Wars Armada is still one of my favorite games to just sit down and play. I haven't played Black Seas, and I haven't played Armada from Mantic, but I keep looking at them. I think that if this year I can really get through more of my backlog and paint a few of the armies that I've been procrastinating on, Mantic's Armada may be a purchase in my future, as long as that game keeps going. Really nice work on this. I love the blue and gold in particular. Nice work on the rigging. Are those... is the rigging little sheets of plastic? Like little plastic sheets with printed rigging on it? That's what it looks like when I look close. Like, at a glance, it looks like real rigging, but as I look closer, I'm noticing like a little sheen off of here and a little extra edge on either side. That's a really good way to do it. I never thought of that. The rat lines are acetate. See, there we go. There we go with all the naval terminology that I don't know. Really nicely done, Bulldozer. Transparent plastic with ridges cast into them, yeah. Little acetate sheets. What about the sails? I guess this would be rigging, right? And that looks like string that you've tied. And here as well. This looks fantastic. And I really do like the color scheme with the broad gold and then the blue with what looks like little bits of filigree. Wonderful attention to detail. The red on the inside, and really nice job on the textured base. Everything comes with the kit except the base. The base is one of the things I like the most. How did you do that out of curiosity? Yeah, paper sails do seem like they would make sense, as far as being easy to fold and then put in. Flex paste. Okay. Well, you did an excellent job getting the wake so that it looks like the ship is moving through the water, and then the wake, the sort of the bow wave is coming off of it. Very nicely done, Bulldozer. So you've got more of a fleet. I wouldn't mind seeing the whole fleet together. That is a picture I would like to see. Here we have from Automat Americana. Thanks to Data Nerd for editing these pics together for me, as my compositing game is pretty lacking. Anyway, good news first, she's effectively done. I guess it's finally time to tell Thunderhead what it is. It is a Cloud 10 airship carrier, which can be found in Extro Boondocks. Ooh, Extro is a movie, and it's weird. I didn't find the original art, bottom right, all that believable, but it struck me as an interesting challenge, so I crossed it with the shape of a sky tug heavier than Air Zeppelin design on the bottom left. She's packing 4 silver bullet Gauss rifles, thumper artillery, 4 searchlights, 2 LRM-5s. One of these things is not like the other. What fucking use is 2 LRM-5s? That's a spitball launcher. A whole mess of optical scanners and a lot more that's internal, so obviously not modeled. I went ahead and gave it an AESA-style radar fin like some more modern AWACS-style planes. Finally, the TRO states that it's jet-propelled even though the art shows propellers, so I modeled turbofan engines instead. That seems like a good halfway point. They're easier and apparently more lore-accurate. The one thing still holding this project up now is basing. I'm bending my brain over a barrel trying to come up with a good third-party Battletech-type flight base for something this huge. So the search continues. I get it prepped for whatever method that will be. I'll be off to get it test printed. Don't know if I mentioned this or not, but the weapons and similar details are designed to be printed separate in resin, glued into place after on the FDM body. That is a good way to do it. So my immediate thought is figure out what kind of footprint you want it to occupy. And if it doesn't have a footprint baked into the game rules, for this, honestly, I would say, what if it occupied like 1 hex here, 1 hex here, 1 hex here, 1 hex here, like arranged in a 4-square, so that then you could put a brass rod here, 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 and here, and suspend it from 4 different hexes, because logically it doesn't occupy any ground space. You just need to know what hexes it's in for the sake of targeting, and if you do hexes on the outer perimeter, then you're establishing the limit of its footprint. You know what I mean? So everything inside of that still counts for targeting, I would think. That's just off the top of my head. And you could use individual hexes and brass rods for that if you really needed to. Damn, it's a big bitch, isn't it? Yeah, okay. I can see how you sort of bash these two concepts together. I'm liking this top-down view as well. Very fucking cool, man. It has been such an absolute pleasure to watch this project come from a vaguely airship-like bubble shape in Tinkercad into this. And now I simply await it being birthed into the world in glorious PLA plastic. Well done, Automat. Here we have from Negative Charisma. Are these the new models for that third-party Tau line? What are they called? Like Firefish or something like that. These are the new ones that he released to be Fire Warriors, right? Gobi drones. This whole line is so cool. Usually 40k proxies are really, really uninspired, but I like these. I keep looking at these. I like Tau is one of my favorite play styles in 40k. I like the Tau aesthetic, but I might like these more. Damn, lovely glow on the pulse rifle, by the way. Pulse carbine, I guess that would be, because the pulse rifle is the really, really long one. Gobi drones. Yeah, love the 3D printed cacti and the little bit of stone back here. Why is it on a square base? What the hell are you doing? What? That's not a thing. 40k models on square bases is not a thing. Some of the best models you've printed, I mean, it looks like they have great detailing and they're really, really inspired designs. Love the color scheme. Just double-sided sticky tape for now. Okay, alright, as long as you haven't completely lost your mind. This is just sort of staging. Love the little subtle touch of OSL right here to sell the glowing lens. That is just enough. Just enough. Wonderful. Wonderful work, Negative Charisma. I want to see, I always say this, but I want to see more of them together to get the real feel for how it goes. I keep looking at those models and thinking about pitching them some money, but I have to paint more of what I have before I'm allowed to start anything new, and I still have a bunch of Kroot that I need to build and paint, so I'll tell you what, you work on the Tau, I'll work on the Kroot. We'll get together and we'll have one big army at some point, negative charisma. But that will bring us to the end of the Storm Report, and the end of tonight's stream. Had this vision in my head of them being really creepy, like silence as they communicate with wireless data. Yeah. Like all you hear is the light whirring of servo motors, and only when they're really close. Otherwise, just silence. Silence. Let's figure out who we're raiding right quick. I realize that, like, as I pull to the screen, there it says Thursday, February 10th, Harlan Sec Warcaster. It looks like it says Harlan Sex. This font, unfortunately, the K just looks kind of like an X. It does not say that. It says Harlan Sec. K. There's a K there. I swear. Yeah, okay. Alright, let's see. Let's see what's going on. Ooh, Sarah is painting, working on a Gandalf portrait in... Oh my god. I love that stream. Teal Security just got going. Goblin Welder is playing some Darkest Dungeon. Crocodire's going. Skellabee is doing a charity stream, and Sarah is painting, is working on her oil painting of Gandalf. This is a tough one. This is a tough one. I think I missed a follow, by the way. Yoda Taco, thank you so much for the follow if you're still here. Oh, somebody pick oil painting of Gandalf or Skellabee's acrylic 40k painting. I almost hate to raid into a stream that has as many people as Sarah is painting, and I only consider doing it because she is fucking amazing. She is fucking amazing. Like, okay, this is an occasion where I really, really want to share this stream with you guys. It's, please stick around for a few minutes and check this stream out, because I found her randomly, and it is one of the most relaxing streams. She does oil on canvas, and this Gandalf that she's working on is fucking mind-blowing. It is mind-blowing. Thank you for the reminder, Data Nerd. I thought I rated her recently. It's amazing. I'm probably going to be lurking in this stream for a while I do a few other things. Folks, thank you so much for joining me today. This has been a very educational stream, and making progress on these household nights is important to me. We got started a little bit late, but I'm going to get some more work done on these guys, and hopefully I'll have a better process for next Sunday when we're going to be picking this back up, because Tuesday the 8th we're going to be working on sci-fi objectives, non-specific to the game. They're the sci-fi objectives that I sculpted and printed, and I need to put some paint on. So we're going to be doing those in acrylics. Yeah, Data Nerd, it's fucking amazing. Thursday, the 10th, we'll be painting Harlan Sec from Warcaster. He is an awesome model. I'm probably going to be doing him in acrylics because I've done the rest of my forces for that game in acrylic, and I can't bring myself to mix mediums. And then Sunday the 13th, we'll be back to oiling up our household nights and probably have a better process by then. A huge thank you, as always, to you amazing people for joining me today and all the entries we had in the Storm Report. Thank you to all my new followers, and as always, thank you to my amazing mod team. I gotta get going, so until next time, keep on painting.